Okay, good morning, everybody. It's 8:31. Hopefully most of you are in the training so far, but people will probably continue trickling in. So this training today is about the updates to ARCs, specifically Chapter 7 on Remedial Action Permit paradigm changes. Next slide. So my name is Jillian Schwert. I'm a member of the training committee. I'm moderating the trainer here today along with my colleague Alexandra Matos. You'll see her a little bit later. Next slide. So for today's training, it's a long one. We did apply and get approved for 6 regulatory continuing education credits. So in order to get those credits, you must remain logged in for the entire training, and you must answer at least 6 out of the 9 poll questions that will be randomly inserted into the training today. So be sure to pay attention throughout. You don't want to miss those poll questions. You don't have to get them right, but you do have to answer them. So next slide. So since the board has approved the continuing education credits, what happens is that after the training, we will compile a list of the webinar participants that are eligible for continuing education credits, and we will provide that to the LSRPA. Then the LSRPA will email all eligible participants a link to an LSRPA webpage with certificate access instructions, and there you will have to pay a $25 processing fee, and that's how you get those 6 CECs. Next slide. Okay, so throughout the training, like I mentioned, we will have these test your knowledge moments. So this is what the screen will look like when we have a test your knowledge. Next slide. So a question will come up. A moderator will come on screen and read the question. So this one says, why are you here today? A, is it to earn CECs? B, is it because my friend said it would be fun? Or C, is it to learn more about CSRR? When this poll question pops up, you will see a new screen where you can answer the poll question. You will have about a minute in general to answer the poll questions. This one will be quicker. It's just to show you how it works. If you don't see the poll question pop up, just be mindful that it might be behind one of the other screens on your computer. So you might have to look around. If you're having issues with the poll question, you can send a chat about, you're not seeing it, it didn't pop up or something like that. And as long as you do that timely, we can probably work with you on that. Okay, next question, next slide. So there's no correct answer to this poll question, but in general, we'll show you the correct answer. Okay, next slide. Okay, so important things for today is to be in communication with us. So there is a questions function you should see on the right sidebar of the screen. If you have any questions throughout the training, you don't have to wait to ask them until there's a question segment. You can pop your questions in at any time, and we're going to go through them as time allows during the allotted question segments. If a question isn't addressed during a question segment because maybe we don't have enough time or maybe we don't have the correct people to answer those questions for you, those questions will be answered after the fact via email directly. Your questions should be brief and general. If you ask any case-specific questions or if your questions are too long, we probably will not be reading them out loud. So just be mindful of that. Okay, next slide. And then lastly, please remember to fill out a course evaluation. We have this SurveyMonkey link. It's really important for us to hear your feedback on the training so that we know what we did well, what we need to do better, or what we can work on, or if you have other ideas for trainings in the future. So that's really important if you can fill that out after the training. Next slide. So your job today, participate, complete the polls. Remember, you have to answer 6 out of 9 polls to get CECs, and provide feedback with that SurveyMonkey. Next slide. All right, so now I'm going to welcome Karen Barnes to go through some of the LSRPA goodies. Thanks, Karen.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Karen Barnes. I am one of your LSRPA representatives on the Remedial Action Permit stakeholder team. Just want to say on behalf of the LSRP Association, we appreciate the opportunity to co-present this training session with the DEP. Thank you. Next slide. The LSRPA is very thankful for all our sponsors. Without them, we would not be able to do all the great things that we do. So this is a slide of our diamond partners. Thank you to all of them. Next slide. Our gold sponsors. Again, thank you very much. And next slide. Our silver sponsors. We truly appreciate the partnership with all of these folks that help us do what we do every day with the LSRP Association. All right, next slide. Wanted to bring you an inclusion moment from the DE&I committee of the LSRPA. And it is just when you're preparing presentations, be mindful that some color combos are more challenging for folks with color blindness, and it's best to consider or reconsider any red, green, or yellow, blue pairs if possible. And it's interesting that this was brought up because, as you'll see through the training, there's some things that are color-coded, and we had some robust discussions about color coding both the slides and the forms. So that's our moment. Next slide. A few seconds on some upcoming courses and events. February 24th, there's a regulatory roundtable on complying with regulatory direct oversight and administrative consent orders. We welcome your attendance there. April 14th, determining offsite groundwater sources. Always interesting. It promises to be a great course. April 21st, all response action outcomes are not created equal. Please participate with that one if you can. And May 13th is Efficient Vapor Intrusion Mitigation, Theory through Implementation. Again, get your credits, attend these presentations, and we hope to see you there. Next slide. The membership and aspiring professional committees are hosting a Bring a Friend networking event. Join us for an evening of networking. It's $25 per person, and you can bring along a friend for just $5. It's going to be at the Old Heights Brewery on Thursday, February 26th. And again, thanks to our sponsors for this one as well. Next slide. All right, the big event, the New Jersey Site Remediation Conference at the Hyatt is going to be on March 25th and 26th. Registration is now open for that, and hope to see many of you there. Next slide. And because we're not all about just learning and training, also about having a little bit of fun, save the date for the Battle of the Bands for May 14th at Martel's Tiki Bar. Always promises to be fun, and you see some of the skills your fellow LSRPs have that you might not have known about, the musical skills, that is. All right, next slide. And if you're not a member of the LSRPA, why not? We do a lot of great things. Advance your knowledge, expertise, and career, and join us today. And I think that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Karen. Next slide, please. Next up, we have Lynn Mitchell discussing general rule changes.
Good morning, everybody. I am Lynn Mitchell, the Assistant Director of the Remediation Review Element and the Rule Manager for the revisions to ARCs and Tech Regs. Next slide, please. So I want to start by thanking my rule team again, and the addition, as I promised from last time, was that I now am thanking Alex, Nicole, and Zach for all of their help in developing the rules and what you're going to see today in my first presentation. So I want to thank them for their hard work. If it wasn't for them, the rules never could have made it out. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Next slide, please. So brief history of the rulemaking. As you know, SARA 2.0 became effective in 2019. We had numerous stakeholder meetings, and a lot of what was discussed in those meetings shaped what is in the rules today. The final rule appeared in the November 17th register, and it became effective on February 15th. I want to thank the department for allowing us to have the 90-day delay because that gave us the opportunity to work with the stakeholders in finalizing our process. So that's why we had the additional 90 days for the implementation of Subchapter 7. Next slide, please. This is what will not be covered in today's training. I will not and cannot discuss any changes for the proposed substantial change published on November 17th for ARCs 1.7 and 2.4. Public hearing was held on December 17th, and the public comment period ended on January 16th, and we are reviewing comments. That is all I can say on this matter. Next slide, please. So what will be covered during today's training are the changes to ARCs Subchapter 7, which I will be going through. I also have changes, a brief overview to the new permit paradigm. We will be discussing all of the forms individually. I will be discussing it via just a high level, just to give you some idea of what's coming next. New forms are the majority of what this training is covering. We also have our GIS requirements and a case study at the very end. Next slide, please. So although I went over this in the last rule training, There were some FA changes which do impact the permitting process, so I'm including them here. We have the surety bonds, which was, we've been using them for years now, but it is in the rules. The environmental insurance policy, we had to revise that so people could choose not to renew as an option. And the RFS FA changes I'll discuss that on the next slide. So next slide, please. So 5.2 of ARCS establishes that for child cares, for residences and small businesses, they have they are going to continue to have the exemption from posting financial assurance even when they move from the site. I have here 5.2D, which is the language that is taken for the small business, but the language is consistent for the child care centers and the residences. Our forms have been changed to reflect this change, and we have, if you want to do this, you will need to submit a technical and technical modification application and the RCR and RFS FA form. Next slide, please. So starting with the changes to the rules, an LSRP must be retained for the life of the permit. 7.2 was moved from 7.4, and it describes who needs to have a permit. This really didn't change. We just moved it to make it have more sense in the order, figuring who needs to have a permit should be the first step. 7.3, we added stuff for deed notice and notice in lieu. This was previously in 7.2. It's now moved to 7.3. Most of that, again, stayed the same. We revised 30 days to 60 days for the notification of a municipal subdivision. We incorporated the policy that we've had in place for the past few years regarding the subdivision was now added to the rule, which was that the last set of rules said you would have to terminate your permit and get all new ones. We are allowing you to modify the original permit and then get additional new ones. It saves us work, saves your client money. It all worked out for the best for everybody. And we also added a process to terminate the deed notice. This was in our guidance, nothing changed. We just added it to the rule. Next slide, please. So 7.4 was the CEAs. That was moved from 7.3. Again, not much has changed. We added some information that was previously randomly placed in 7.9, so we put all the CEA stuff together. We added the requirement for map submissions and that groundwater samples need to be taken 90 days apart to lift the CEA. 7.5 is all new. This is the indoor air notification area, which you might hear us referring to as an IANA. This is a new section, but we modeled this after 7.3. The groundwater CEA is how we put in our language for the indoor air notification area. It is very, very similar to that with the requirements, including the requirement to submit the IANA with the remedial investigation report. Next slide, please. 7.6 is all about financial assurance. This was moved from 7.10. We figured you needed to have financial assurance in place prior to having your permit. So this was moved earlier in the chapter. We made a few changes. That one was that if there was only one permittee, they can have this FA exemption. It was worded very weirdly, and it was only limited previously to multiple permittees, but obviously our intent was that if there was one permittee, they still keep that exemption. And we removed the provision to disperse money from the financial assurance because that is, you can't remove money from the FA. Next slide, please. So 7.7 talks about the remedial action permit types. Permit 1 through Permit 5 should look familiar to you because we've had these options for the prioritized RAP application submittal. That will be going away because this is now part of the rule, and we will still have it on all our forms, but we just removed, we put it here in the rule to make it more enforceable. So the permit types are the same as what you've been used to, except Permit 3 now has a presumptive remedy or an alternative remedy, because both of them would be acceptable for this, so we added it. Thanks for those comments, everybody. Permit 4, the difference with Permit 4 is that now only the property owner needs to be on that permit. Next slide, please. So 7.8 is 7.8 was moved previously from 7.5. It has, we added information here for the indoor air remedial action permit. And when applying for the your remedial action permit, you include a copy of any final remediation document. It's not just limited to no further action letters, because we have sites now that are coming in that already had an RAO. And we added here when to include a groundwater monitoring plan. In addition, we also have in this section 7.8 is the requirement, is the, you may submit your IANA application with the source control report, your 180-day report, or the source control report and the 180-day report were added to 7.8. Next slide, please. 7.9 is your schedule for BICERTs. We renamed the BICERTs to be Remedial Action Protectives Biennial Certification Form, but I will still call it a BICERT. Next slide, please. Okay, these are all your BICERT conditions. We originally had it in ARC 7.7, 7.8, and 7.9. It was kind of confusing, so we put it all into 7.10. We included things that were oddly missing from those sections, which was the results of any sampling must be included with your BICERT, the inspections must be included, all things that you were doing anyway. We just put it into 7.10. Next slide, please. 7.11 was rewritten. This used to be the transfer change section. We're now calling this administrative changes. We moved the address changed from the mod section to the administrative changes section, and we added some of the requirements that didn't have a fee are on this form, such as updating block and lot and the contact information. Those are still free. Nothing's changes. We just put it into one section to make sure we are notified. Next slide, please. 7.12 is our mods section, same as it was before. We, as I said, we removed the address from here. We moved it to 7.11, and we added that if you remove a component or you add a component to your permit, then it will be a modification to that permit because you're changing the permit. So we moved that here. But our forms are going to have, if you have a new component, that will be on the initial form, but we will be going over that in detail in a little bit. 7.13 was the termination of a permit. It stayed the same. We gave more information on that, and we added the language to revoke a permit if it's determined to be not protective. Next slide, please. So just some general changes. We clarified our municipal subdivision policy and allowing the 60 days. That was in 7.3, 7.8, and Appendix B. We added in notice of lieu of a deed notice in all the appropriate places, and we added that you need an OMM plan for POETs and active groundwater remedial action systems. We added that to 7.8 and 7.10. Next slide, please. So we added penalties for the new remedial action permit paradigm. They are consistent with what was there before, so there should not be any concerns with that. 910 is the section for hearings, and we added that if we revoke a permit, you have the right to a hearing. Next slide, please. So the new format for the deed notice was posted in January. We updated signature requirements to meet the statutory requirements. We simplified the instructions and again moved that 60 days. Next slide, please. And for the termination deed notice, same changes. We simplified the signature requirements and simplified a lot of it. It makes it easier for you. Next slide, please. So some other changes that were made to the tech regs that impact the permitting process in 14 of, 5.7B14, that is, we require that the CEA be updated when you submit your remedial action report. And 15 is the section where it says the indoor air notification area it was required to be established with the by that time with the RAR. So to summarize what I have said up till this point, the rules require that the indoor air notification area be submitted with the RIR and the RAR, and it you may submit it earlier with the source control report or your 180-day VI RAR. All of those are options, but it must be submitted with the RIR and the RAR, and we have slides that will be going into this again later. So to summarize, the indoor air notification area must be submitted with the RIR and the RAR, but it may also be submitted with the source control report, the 180-day report, or actually any of your annual monitoring maintenance reports that you submit for your IEC or VC. It can be submitted in that. But we will have more, we will be going over that concept again in Karen Barnes's presentation, as well as in Jessica and Zach's presentation, which will be following mine. Next slide, please. So some bonus information for you. The migration to groundwater policy that I'm referencing here is that the rule requires that you now have in your deed notices and in your permit the exceedances of the migration to groundwater standards. If you already have a filed deed notice, do not run out and revise it at this point. The next time you do revise your deed notice, then include the MTW exceedances, but there's no need to do that right now. If you haven't filed your deed notice yet, then you must include all exceedances to the MTW pathway. The historic fill information is we are in the process of developing this policy. It's still in draft form at this time, but it's still being developed. But I'm just making sure I say this correctly. It will not be expecting that an impermeable cap for regional historic fill sites, but that is the extent that I can go over that policy at this time. Something that just want to keep in mind for everybody as you're moving forward, that engineering controls or your CAPs or your POETs and other systems, engineered systems, your institutional controls are now your deed notice, your notice in lieu of deed notice, as well as the CEA and the new IANA, the indoor air notification area. Next slide, please. Okay, so moving right into my next concept here, I'm going to give you overview of what the process is. I will not be going into depth on the forms that are here. I'm just trying to give you a framework of how to understand this process as we're moving forward. But hold your questions on the specific forms until the section during the presentation later that's going over the form itself. So next slide, please. I would really like to thank my RAP processing team, Crystal, Jessica, Mike, we have worked so hard in getting these new forms to you and developing the process. And I know that the rest of the BRAP staff has worked with us as well, revising internal forms and processes. And it's just a huge village that we have set up to support this process, and I want to thank them. I want to thank BCAN staff, Nicole, Elizabeth, Beth, you have put so much of your time in helping us with these forms. We totally appreciate everything that you've done. The BIS staff, thank you, thank you, thank you. Ian, for all of your work in trying to make sure that our computer processes work under this new paradigm. John, for all your changes to the forms, and Don and Joe, thank you for your work in developing the GIS process, which again, we are going to be going over in detail during this training. And we wouldn't be here right now without the help of our rep stakeholders who literally dropped everything from November to now, going through all of these forms, and with their help, they are as good as they are. So I really want to send a thank you to them. And last, but definitely not least, I want to once again thank Zach, Nicole, and Alex. They not only helped with the writing of the rule, but also with our forms and the process that we're going to be going through. So thank them again. That was Nicole, Alex, and Zach. Next slide, please. So we sent out an email yesterday. I don't know if anybody has had a chance to look at it, but we have our forms page has changed to identify for our new forms that we're going to be using. I am a little sad to say this, and I'm really sorry that I have to say this, but the BICERT form was not completed in time, so that right now on the forms page, you still have your soil and your groundwater BICERT, but that will be changing hopefully within the next week or so. We will have that form up there as well. None of these forms the new forms that we have for you are fillable yet, as was stated in the email yesterday. They will be made fillable once we get everything up online. Then we will go back and make everything fillable. I do want to point out a new addition as well that Nicole will be speaking on later during this presentation that I'm giving right now. But there is a new link on the left-hand side column. It is the first one underneath the RAP forms banner, and it allows you to pay online. And Nicole will be going over that process in a few minutes. Next slide, please. We also have a new I.A.N.A. page for you that has the links that you can use for the I.A.N.A. form, and the instructions are right there for you. In addition, we have a checklist, which my understanding is this is currently being submitted to BEMSA, and the indoor air monitoring plan, it was based on the CEA monitoring plan. So everything should be very familiar, and not a lot of new stuff. We're just repackaging it in a different package. Next slide, please. So we developed this page for you to help you understand what the different form names are now. And I will be going over them on my next 3 slides. So next slide, please. So the stuff in this orange color here, these are your institutional controls. We just added the I.A.N.A. And as I said many times, it was based on the CEA. So next slide, please. The green section here, these are our new forms. They get submitted right now to BCAN, and then they are reviewed by BRAP. Same process we've had before, similar names, and these again are all reviewed by BRAP. Next slide, please. These light blue ones, these are administratively reviewed by BCAN. BRAP doesn't see them, and I hope this helped a little bit, and I believe this has been dropped or will be dropped in the chat as an option for you to have. So hopefully this helps. Next slide, please. So since we have one form for initial application for soil, groundwater, and indoor air, to make things easier, we highlighted the soil sections with a yellow highlight, groundwater was blue, indoor air is green, and if everything, if you have to fill out that section for every media, or regardless of which media you're using, you have to fill out what's in gray. We put the highlights there to help. If that doesn't help, just ignore them because the words are there. So whatever method makes it easier for you, that's what we did. So hopefully you find that helpful as well. Next slide, please. So to start at the beginning again, we are having this one permit paradigm where you will have a soil and a groundwater and an indoor air all in one permit. This should make your lives easier. With it in one permit, the administrative changes gets reduced to once. So if you only have one permit, you will only have to submit your any address change or name change one time because it works for the whole permit. You don't have to combine your permits, and that will be discussed later, but you can combine them, and this will hopefully also expedite our review of the permit itself if we have both the soil and the groundwater together in that. Next slide, please. Okay, so the IANA information, what I would like to point out here, and again, Zach and Jessica will be going over the IANA stuff in a few minutes. This is the process was designed again to be based off of the CEA. In addition, I want to add that you can submit it earlier, but again, it must be submitted with the RIR and the RAR. We added the source control report and the VIRAR as options. We added that in the rule because if you want to submit it earlier, you can. By getting submitting the IANA earliest is the most protective way of dealing with that. In addition, once you have a permit, you're no longer working with the staff in BEMSA, you'll be working with the permitting process, so your annual monitoring and maintenance reports only have to be submitted biannually. Still containing 2 years worth of information, but you only have to submit it once every other year for with your BICERT to meet the requirements. Next slide, please. So Jessica and Zach will be going over the indoor air notification area. Crystal and Mark are going to be going over the new initial application as well as a new media component. You can submit this application for a focus permit. You can submit it for a new media, but we will not be combining those concepts into one form. So if you want to use a focus permit, we are recommending that you use that focus permit, check that off. That should be issued shortly. That has a quick turnaround time of around a month or so is what we're working on, assuming there's no FA issues, but the focus permits are going through very quickly. So you'd want to do that first, and then you would want to add your new media component to that. This is just a process for you. And again, Crystal and Mark are going to go over that more during their presentation. Next slide, please. So the tech mod is going to be handled by Rob Hawk and John Engel. They're going to be going over any changes that we've made to that form. And again, it's going to have all the media in that form. Next slide, please. The administrative changes was the former transfer change form. We added the the addition of a permit to this, the change in the permittee's name or mailing address, all of that is included in this form, and Nicole will be going over that later on today. Next slide, please. So the combined wrap, that is going to be discussed by Julian. As I said, you can combine your soil and your groundwater that you have already into one, combine it into one permit. That is up to you. It is completely voluntary. This is not required, but again, we think it will make everybody's lives easier if you do combine the permit, but it is up to you. Next slide, please. The BICERT form, Mike and Tom Glancy are going to be going over the BICERT form, but it is still confirming protectedness every 2 years. Nothing really new has changed there. Next slide, please. The termination of the wrap will be Al and Rich Lake will be going over that. Again, it includes the termination of your wrap, and the removal of a component would be included in that application. Next slide, please. I know we have to, we're discussing more FA stuff, but I just wanted to point out that on our forms, we have a question about what is your FA mechanism, if you have one, and we have added the Homeowners Condominium Association budget onto our forms so that you can check that off, because that is an acceptable form for those situations. Not much else has changed on the FA. Next slide, please. So the question, when to use the forms? And the answer is now. You should start using them. I know that they're not fillable. I apologize. I wish it was. But we want you to use them. They have the new requirements. They have new questions. And we want to see everything on the new form. We understand that, signatures get sent out to be mailed. So if you have already started the process with the old forms, I'm not asking you to get all new signatures. We will be accepting the old forms for a couple of weeks, and by that point, hopefully all of our forms are fillable and you can use it that way. But we want them to be submitted now. Next slide, please. And now I'm going to hand off to Nicole, I hope. Hi, Nicole.
Hi. Hello. So hi, my name is Nicole Olivier. I'm a supervisor in the Bureau of Case Assignment and Initial Notice. So we are now accepting wrap applications via SRP submissions email. This requirement is going to be posted in the register in March. It will officially become mandatory to submit wrap applications via email to that email address sometime in June. We'll send listers out and stuff, before then, obviously, but we want you to start doing it now. This is our preference. So once you email everything to us, we're going to assign that wrap application to someone in BCANE for administrative review. Once that review is done, then we're going to figure out the fee that's due. So you're not going to be mailing in hard copy paper forms of wrap applications. You're going to email them to us, then we're going to figure out the fee. We'll we'll generate an invoice, and then we'll send out an email. So the first email will go to the LSRP letting them know, hey, we got your application and this is how much is due. And then we'll give you the directions to pay online. It'll come with the invoice number. So I believe in the chat, there are directions. It's a PDF of how to pay these invoices online. So if the fee is not paid within 3 business days, we're going to send another email. This time we're going to send it to everybody. So all the permittees, the LSRP, the fee billing contact, maybe they're all the same person, maybe they're not, letting them know, hey, this bill still hasn't been paid. We'll still continue to document all the deficiencies the same way we have been, which is to the LSRP, the PRCR, and the property owner. And then if those deficiencies are not resolved, then that will include unpaid wrap fees. So then we'll start the 60 days being deemed administratively incomplete, and we're not going to issue a permit. Those applications that are not paid will never see BRAP at all. Next slide, please. So this is, Lynn showed this before, but this is right above where all the wrap forms are. It's how to pay a remedial action permit bill online. You've probably seen it before. It's the same pay a paper invoice. Basically, you'll get an invoice number, you pop it in there. You could pay with a credit card or you could pay with an e-check, and we'll see the payment immediately. Next slide, please.
Okay, thank you so much to Lynn and Nicole for talking us through those sections. We're running a little bit behind time, so I'm just going to go ahead and introduce our next speakers, Jessica Schwartz and Zachary Kaplan, to talk about the IANA fact sheet. Take it away.
Good morning. I am Zachary Kaplan from BEMSA, the Bureau of Environmental Measurement and Site Assessment, and I will be presenting on indoor air notification areas with my co-presenter Jessica and BRAP. Next slide, please. So the indoor air notification areas are totally new, so I'll be presenting about them with Jessica quite thoroughly. We'll be talking about what they are, when and how you need to submit the forms for indoor air notification areas, when you need to revise them, the information that's included when you submit an indoor air notification area, and when and how they can be lifted. Next slide, please. So I'm not quite sure if you've seen the definition of an indoor air notification area. I think we were a little closed about what it was going to be, but here it is now in all of its glory. An indoor air notification area, henceforth IANA, is an institutional control for the buildings which have completed vapor intrusion pathways that are being mitigated by an engineering control. That is quite a mouthful, so I'm going to go through the definition piece by piece. IANAs are institutional controls. You've seen institutional controls before. CAs are institutional controls, D notices are institutional controls, IANAs are just another institutional control. IANAs apply to buildings. So it is the entire extent of building footprints and just the building footprints. It's not a big oval. That includes all the streets and stuff in between the buildings. It is just the buildings and the entire extent of the building footprints. These are buildings which had a completed vapor intrusion pathway. This means the indoor air was above the applicable indoor air remediation standard, and soil gas was above the applicable soil gas screening level, or there's some other environmental discharge that's provided a completed pathway. This definition lines up with the definition of an IEC or a VC, which means that all buildings within an IANA had previously been part of an immediate environmental concern or a vapor concern. That means that you'll have had a case manager, and your case manager can help you with submitting the IANA. We know they're new. We'll know stuff about this. You can have a case manager within BEMSA, which is your normal ICU case manager. You can have a case manager in traditional direct oversight. We'll all be around. Something that's not quite in this definition is that if your site has two different types of vapor intrusion with two different discharges, two different contaminants, so one side of your site has PCE, another side has benzene, we want two different IANAs for that. And if you have a really long plume that affects a whole lot of buildings, all of benzene, we want just one IANA for that. Next slide, please. Continuing with the definitions, this completed vapor intrusion pathway has to be mitigated, which means the indoor air for these buildings now has to be beneath the applicable indoor air remediation standard. Notice that if you had preemptively installed a preventative measure, so you had new construction over land that you knew had contamination in it, and you had preemptively installed an SSDS, you do not need an IANA for these buildings. If they didn't ever have vapor intrusion, the indoor air was never above the indoor air remediation standards, then there was not a mitigated pathway. Pathway never existed. So it does not need to be part of an IANA. And finally, the last bit of the definition is that it has to be mitigated by an engineering control. So engineering controls are vapor intrusion mitigation systems, which are VIMs. So that's your classic sub-sub depressurization system, your SSDS, or your soil vapor extraction system, SVEs. But engineering controls might be broader. You might have done HVAC modifications, sealed sumps, that kind of thing. And all of those are engineering controls, which will need to be included within the IANA. Next slide, please.
Great. Hello, everybody. Now we're getting into how does your IANA form need to be submitted. So initial IANAs may be submitted with the following reports, and I can give you a moment to read those. And if your site has a case manager in the Bureau of Case Management, speak to your case manager prior to any submissions. They follow a slightly different submission schedule. So just make sure you speak with them if you have a case manager in the Bureau of Case Management. An IANA can be included with a source control report, a 180-day vapor intrusion response action report, your annual monitoring and maintenance reports, or submitted as a standalone document. And if that is how you are going to submit them, they are submitted to your case manager and the SRP submissions email. IANAs included with RARs are submitted via the online portal. And if you are not using the online service for IANA documents, submit the entire IANA package within 14 days of the online submission of remedial phase documents. Next slide, please. All right, now we are talking when to submit. So I had some help with making this nice graphic from RAP stakeholders and everybody involved in this training. I've gotten a lot of comments on this one, but the dark blue area is when it is too early to submit your IANA. Your system may not be installed or confirmed to be working effectively at this point, so not yet. The light blue section denotes where you may be able to submit your IANA. This could be with your 180-day vapor intrusion response action report, your source control report, the annual monitoring and maintenance reports. So yes, you may submit with any of these. The lightest section shows the IANA must be submitted. So an IANA must be submitted, if applicable, with RIRs, RARs, and RAP applications. Next slide, please. A little more information on when it is a good time to submit. An initial IANA fact sheet should be submitted to your case manager once verification sampling is complete and step-out sampling is complete. Most cases should be able to submit the initial IANA with the source control reports or the 180-day vapor intrusion response action report. But try to submit as early as possible. The sooner you establish the institutional control and your GIS layer, the more protective it is for your site. If you've already submitted some or all of these reports for a case, do not worry. There is always a way to submit your IANAs. You may be, continuing to submit AMM reports, or submission as a standalone is always an option. Your case manager can help you through the process and suggest when you're ready to submit. If you are working with Bureau of Case Management, please, please, please reach out to them before any submissions. Next slide, please.
So when you have already submitted an IANA, you might need to submit a revised IANA. There are a couple of reasons why this may be. Due to the iterative nature of vapor intrusion investigations, you may find additional buildings with the completed VI pathway. When you find additional buildings with the completed VI pathway, you very well might have, that's a VC or an IEC. So you'll need to do things to mitigate it. If you are still with a case manager, you should call them because they will be the right person to adjust the VI pathway anyway and make sure that that is being done correctly. If you're in an indoor air permit, if it's a new IEC, so due to a new discharge, you have to follow the standard IEC procedures of calling the hotline for a new IEC. If it's a new VC and you therefore due to a new discharge, you have to submit a 14-day report just as you would for any other new vapor concern. And if it's an old IEC or VC, that's due to the same discharge, in particular the same discharge that started the IANA, when you're in a RAP, you should contact your previous case manager or the Bureau of Environmental Measures and Site Assessment, the BEMSA hotline, so that we can reopen that old IEC or VC. There are advantages to doing this. So the big one is if you're an IEC, you won't need to submit another source control report because you've already have done that for this discharge. Next slide, please. Other reasons you might need to revise the IANA is you change the engineering control. So if, for instance, you had a building which had renovation done such that there are now French drains and you needed to reassess whether your engineering control was effective and therefore needed to upgrade the SSDS, you would need to tell us. So if you are with a case manager, you should contact them. And if you are in a permit, you should submit a technical modification form. You may also have to revise the IANA because you want to remove buildings which no longer require engineering controls to prevent vapor intrusion. This is the paradigm of decommissioning sampling, where you show us that engineering controls are no longer necessary to prevent vapor intrusion. And it's very complicated. You would ultimately submit this information to your case manager, but we really recommend you contact the case manager first. We see this goes wrong all the time. And I'll in fact be talking about this more at the end of the presentation. If you're in a permit and you are able to remove buildings in the IANA, if there's still going to be buildings left in the IANA, you can do a rapid technical modification. If instead you get to remove all of the buildings in the IANA so that there's no more need for the indoor air permit, you can use the wrap termination or removal of a media component form instead. Next slide, please.
All right. We are about to be getting into the form, what information is involved in submitting an IANA. So if anyone would like to follow along with the form and the instructions, they are available as a handout. The handouts are in your control panel, and it's one of the gray bars, says handouts, and it's the third one down, indoor air notification area fact sheet, form, and instructions. Just wanted to let you guys know that's available for you. So getting into section A, site information, we have general site tracking information, as we do on all of our forms. And then we get into the reason for submitting an IANA. So you could be submitting a new IANA, which simply means that you have no existing IANA. You may have been, taking care of this case and have had vapor mitigation going on for a while. But if you have not established the IANA up until this point, it is a new IANA. You could be doing a revised IANA if the IANA exists but requires a modification. You could be doing the existing IANA with no changes. That's a resubmission with absolutely no changes to your IANA. That's frequently submitted with RAP applications and RIRs. You have to resubmit with your key phase documents. So I wanted to mention that there are handouts for the indoor air notification area in the gray bar labeled handouts. It's the third one down if you wanted to follow along with the form and instructions. So starting in with section A of our form, the indoor air notification area fact sheet form, we have section A, general site tracking information. And then we move on to the reason for submitting an IANA. So you could have a new IANA, which would be all of the IANAs at this point. Nobody has established an IANA yet, but this would just mean that you do not have an established IANA. You may have been in this case for a while. You may have mitigation that is ongoing. If you have not submitted an indoor air notification area fact sheet form yet, you will be checking off new IANA. You could be doing a revised IANA. The revised IANA means that you have an established IANA, but it requires modification. You could be doing the existing IANA with no changes. That would be a resubmission with absolutely no changes to it. Those often come in with RAP applications or with RIR submissions. You have to resubmit with your, all of your key phase documents. So if you're submitting again and you don't have any changes to your IANA, then you would be checking off that box. Or you could be doing the IANA lift or removal without a RAP. And that is only when you are prior to the RAP indoor air component. If you do have a RAP indoor air component, we'll talk about it later in this presentation. And then the question 3 on here is indicating the sources or media that are responsible for your indoor air impacts. Next slide, please. Continuing with section A, we have the types of engineering controls or vapor mitigation systems. So we've got a few definitions here for active, passive, and other engineering controls, and I'll give you a moment to read those. All right, and some examples of active vapor mitigation systems are subslab depressurization systems or soil vapor extraction systems. Passive are passive subsurface depressurization systems, and other are typically combined with other vapor mitigation systems, but it consists of essentially sealing your your floor, your foundation, or your pathways. Again, those are typically combined with the active or passive. And active vapor mitigation systems are required for an IEC. And then question 5 is this form being submitted with your RAP application? So just make sure you know if they are. Next slide, please.
So the next part of the IANA form asks for a number of attachments. I will be talking through them on the next 4 slides. Next slide, please. The first attachment is the site location map. This is based off of a USGS quadrangle map or a Hangstrom country map or the like, county map or the like. Here is an example of such a map. I chose a state forest in Nebraska, so definitely not one of your sites. Usually you'd put a little arrow pointing to your site or a shaded block showing us where your site would be on this map. Next slide, please. The next attachment is the IANA map. And this map is asking for a lot of things. So we're not expecting it to be one map. We're expecting it to be lots of maps. And we also expect that you'll have already given us this information associated with the IEC or VC. This shouldn't be any new information. So one thing that needs to be included on these maps are the buildings, which have had vapor intrusion mitigated by an engineering control. The entire structure for the building, which has had an IEC or VC, should be mapped. The entire structure must be mapped regardless of the exceedance's extent within the building. So if you have a strip mall, which has a dry cleaner in one part of it, and it's all one continuous lab, the whole strip mall should be included in the IANA, even if only the portion near the dry cleaner needs to have the vapor intrusion pathway mitigated. Another thing that needs to be included on these IANA maps are the samples from the VI investigations. This is your classic map with the chem boxes. We want to see the sub-slab soil gas samples. We want to see the indoor air samples. We want to see the ambient air samples. We want to see where they were located. We want to see their dates. We only care about the contaminants of concern that were associated with the VC or IC at the sampling point. So if you are vapor intrusion that was caused by PCE and you have an anomalous detection of benzene because you're in an urban area, we don't want to see the benzene, we only want to see the PCE. Next slide, please. On this map, we also want to see the engineering controls. So this is the location of all your vapor mitigation system components. So if you have an SSDS, we want to see the suction points, the pipings that connect these suction points, the fans that are actually creating the blowing. And if you had any other preferential pathways that you have sealed, such as sumps, cracks, or drains, we want to know where those are. And we also want to see the areas of concern. This includes the location of subsurface utilities, which is just a requirement, but the locations of all areas of concern known or suspected to have caused the impacts of the vapor intrusion exposure pathway are now a requirement of all IECs, and you'll also need this for VCs by the time you are applying for the IANA. Next slide, please. The next attachment we need is a cross-section map. This is the known area of contamination and should include the slab thickness, the building profile. If there's a basement and floors, that's important to include. The depth to groundwater, if that's important for your conceptual site model, and any preferential pathways. But the two diagrams that are on this slide would both be perfectly reasonable cross-section maps, and you may be thinking that these look a lot like engineering cross-sections. And the answer would be yes, we met with the stakeholders, and this was both the useful information and the easy information to submit, so that is why we are asking for it. So on these diagrams, if you have a vapor mitigation system, we want to see the construction of the extraction points, the vapor monitoring points, and the piping, but it can be a little bit schematicized like they are here. If you have a large site with many similar systems installed, it may be appropriate just to submit one cross-section. If you have a bunch of different systems that are installed even in just one building, if it's a particularly large warehouse, you may need to submit multiple cross-sections for just that system. We're not trying to get you to do extra work. We just want to have a good understanding of what the system is that is installed. Next slide, please. The last attachment for the IANA is the GIS deliverables. This is the IANA boundary extent map, which should be submitted via email as a GIS deliverable to the email as either a shape or a CAD file. This occurs at the same time as the IANA fact sheet form. And on this map, you have, again, it is the entire extent of the building that has a vapor intrusion pathway being mitigated. So a bunch of polygons, one for each building, and polygon is always the entirety of the building. Section C of this form, which is coming up next, includes information about each of these buildings. They have a GIS ID that you put there, and on this IANA boundary extent map, you should include as data for each of these polygons what the GIS ID is. Then we will be linking these informations together so that on the map that will be available online, you will be able to see what, for instance, the engineering systems are that are installed to mitigate the vapor intrusion at that building. Later, Don Kramer will provide more information on these GIS submittal requirements. Next slide, please.
Next, we have a test your knowledge. This is our first poll question. So next slide, please. Okay, the question is, what area gets mapped for an IANA? Answer A is all areas above groundwater and soil gas screening levels. B, the entire building or buildings with a mitigated VI pathway. Final, only the portions of buildings with a mitigated VI pathway. So you should have a pop-up. Give you about a minute to answer the question. Please remember you need to answer at least 6 of the 9 poll questions to receive your to be eligible for your CEC credits. I do want to give a couple of reminders that we do have a survey for you to fill out at the end of this training. It's in the chat to reference. Also, we have seen comments that some people are having some connection issues being booted out. Keep in mind that it may be your type of connection. If able, we advise to use like a Ethernet connection over a Wi-Fi. Okay, next slide, please. The answer is B, the entire building or buildings with a mitigated VI pathway. Hand it back to Jess and Zach. Next slide, please.
Thank you. All right, we are moving into section C of the form, the IANA component and VI information. So the first question in this section is going to ask for the name of the document that includes the IANA description. And then we get into contaminant data. And we're also going to ask for the name of the documents, which include the maps or figures that are associated with your indoor air, subslab soil gas, and groundwater data that'll be provided in the following tables. So we want the maps and figures that are going to go along with that data. Next slide, please. Okay, so now we've got the contaminant data tables. We are going to be listing the maximum contaminant concentration for all indoor air and subslab soil gas obtained before the installation of the vapor mitigation system and the most recent groundwater sampling data. And these will all be used to establish your IANA. And then we have a link. Obviously, you guys don't have access to it right this second, but when these slides are posted, you will have that link available to go to your remediation standards and soil gas screening levels. They are all the vapor intrusion tables. So if we start with table A, that is your pre-mitigation indoor air sampling data table. The contaminant should be all of the contaminants that exceed the indoor air remediation standards prior to the implementation of that mitigative action. And then your maximum concentration is what should go in the indoor air concentration. You should be listing the maximum concentration throughout the entire extent of the IANA. So of each contaminant in microgram per cubic meter obtained before that mitigation. And then the other columns should be more or less self-explanatory for you guys. They are the sampling and building designation. That's your, for indoor air, IA 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever you guys normally name them. And then you have your sampling date, your standards, and we're moving on. Next slide, please. To table B. So we are going to bring all of those contaminants from table A down through the next two tables. So your contaminants in table B should be all of the contaminants that were identified in table A. So you're going to list all those contaminants, and then for the concentration, you're going to list the maximum concentration throughout the extent of the IANA of each contaminant in micrograms per cubic meter obtained before mitigation. For soil gas, we also accept near slab soil gas samples. All right, and then next slide, please. Table C is your groundwater sampling data table. And again, we want those same contaminants that were identified in table A because we want to make sure that giving all of this data, we only want the contaminants that are from the completed vapor intrusion pathway. So they are affecting your indoor air and they traveled through this pathway. So the most recent groundwater data is what should be included in the groundwater concentration. So that's slightly different from the soil and the indoor air where we want pre-mitigation data. For groundwater, we want the contaminant data that is the most recent. Okay, next slide, please. Now we're going to get into the IANA building information table. I do want to preface this with there will be an example on the next slide. I am going to throw a lot of information at you guys, but don't worry, we're going to see it all broken down into a table on my next slide. So we are going to indicate, before you even get into the table, there is a brief question which says that you would indicate if all buildings with the indoor air remediation standard exceedances received mitigative actions which resulted in clean indoor air samples. This is included because we want to be able to include a note on your GIS layer that says that all of the buildings included in the IANA have been mitigated and receptors are not being impacted. So that's just a brief question before the table. And then moving into the table, each building in the IANA should have a separate GIS ID. So we've talked about earlier in this presentation, Zach mentioned the entire building needs to be mapped. So that would all be one GIS ID. And then connected units and suites within that all have that same GIS ID because they are part of the same building or slab. And then separate buildings, completely separate, no connection, would have separate GIS IDs. Different units or suites should be listed in their own rows in this table. If there are multiple continuous floors or units of a building which are not impacted, they may be grouped together in a single row if they are not impacted. The mitigative action is going to be the engineering control or vapor mitigation system which was installed. The building description examples are single-family residence, multi-tenant strip malls, warehouse, industrial complex. We're just trying to get a feeling for what type of a building you're showing us. The building impacted floors is going to be where you would note which floors of the building are being impacted, or if there are no impacts, that would be the correct column to note that in. And then the unit/building number can be an identifier for a portion of a building. So that could be an apartment number, a unit, a building number, a suite number, whatever identifies the smaller unit of your building. Next slide, please. This is where we have the example table. So for us in this example, we have a multi-tenant strip mall. So you can see that units all the way down to the right, units 1 through 5, are all part of this multi-tenant strip mall. And so all the way to the left, you can see they all get GIS ID 1. The last row in this table has GIS ID 2 because it is completely separate. It's a single family residence. And they are a separate building, so they get GIS ID 2. Going through some of the units in our GIS ID 1, you could see they all have the same address, all the same block and lots, but Unit 1 has an SVE, and the first floor is impacted, and then units 2 and 3 also have the first floor being impacted, but have SSDSs. Unit 4 has no impacts identified. That can be used when sampling was conducted, but no exceedances were identified. And then Unit 5 has sampling not conducted in our building impacted floors column. And that would mean for them with the 1 star that sampling was not conducted, and it can be used when a property was evaluated for VI, but was determined that sampling was not necessary. There are very specific instructions on this in the instructions for the IANA fact sheet form. I highly recommend taking a look at those instructions when attempting to fill out this table. And then our last row of the table, GIS ID 2 also has an SSDS. It's a residence. It's checked for off-site because it's not part of our site. It's, you know, a nearby residence, and their basement was affected. Okay. Next slide, please. Okay, we are moving into section D. This would be IANA revision information. You only have to fill out section D if you are doing an IANA revision. So question 1 asks you to indicate if the building use has changed, requiring a change in the IANA. The example is a building with IVIP, an indeterminate vapor intrusion pathway. If they've stopped using the contaminant of concern for operations, you might be able to add that building to your IANA if they have stopped using the contaminant of concern in that building, and then they were able to complete their VI investigation and they realized that indoor air is being impacted. It's a completed vapor intrusion pathway now, and they want to add that building onto their IANA. Question 2 is indicating if any building has been modified, impacting the effectiveness of the mitigative action. And an example of this is the installation of a new sump. This might change your vapor mitigation system or engineering control, which would require the revision of your IANA. All right, next slide, please.
Section E of the IANA form is the public notification requirements. You should notify all of the people listed on this slide shortly before or coincident to the submittal of the IANA fact sheet, and this information will not appear on the GIS layer. So you can read the people. It's essentially everyone who might be interested in it. Next slide, please. In addition to those people who generally might be interested in it, there are also the people who actually are within the IANA who need to be notified. This table is where you put that down. The left column is the entity or owner name. The middle column is the mailing address or email address used for the notification. And the right column is the building, block, and lots. If the property owner's mailing address differs from the address of the subject building, you're supposed to place an asterisk after the address. And additionally, if the site owner somehow does not end up on this otherwise, there's a check marks in the instructions for this question that you were supposed to check off. Next slide, please. So we've talked about when you need an IANA and what you actually have to do to establish the IANA. But you might be getting to the end of your remediation and finally be able to lift your IANA. Woohoo! We love it when we no longer need institutional controls. So, in order to lift the IANA, you have to conduct termination sampling in accordance with 6.6 of the Vapor Intrusion Technical Guidance to show that all of the engineering controls are no longer necessary through the entire extent of the IANA. Well, you do it on a per building basis, but one at a time. Every time you conduct termination sampling, it has to be 2 rounds of indoor air and sub-slab soil gas sampling, at least one of which is completed during the heating season, at least 4 months apart between the 2 rounds of sampling, which indicate results are at or below the indoor air remediation standard and soil gas screening level, respectively. If your first round shows that there are still exceedances in the sub-slab soil gas, you might as well wait for the second round because you will not be able to terminate at that point. Your engineer systems must be capped and turned off for 30 days before sampling if you're using an SSDS or something else that has piping that can be capped. Subsoil gas sampling is required for all of your engineering controls. Your termination sampling locations should be in the same sampling locations as the pre-mitigation sampling event, or if that's not possible, biased towards the location of maximum contamination or otherwise nearby your pre-mitigation sampling locations. And we see this going wrong all the time. So if your site has a case manager, you can tell them what your plan is, and we can tell you whether or not that would fulfill the requirements of termination sampling to save you some excess field work. Next slide, please.
All right, and now we can talk about how can the IANA be lifted. So there are two distinct scenarios here. If the site has a wrap with an indoor air component, you're going to want to submit a wrap termination/removal of a media component application requesting the termination of the indoor air component pursuant to 713 after complying with 7.5. So the IANA will be lifted by the wrap termination removal of the indoor air component. That termination of that wrap will also take care of the GIS layer and the institutional control of the IANA. Questions for this situation can be directed to the Bureau of Remedial Action Permitting duty officer at the phone number as seen on the slide. If the site does not have a wrap, you should be submitting the IANA fact sheet form indicating the IANA lift or removal without a wrap as the reason for submission. A case manager will review your IANA fact sheet form and all supporting documentation, and questions can be directed to your ICU case manager. Unless you're in Bureau of Case Management, then you would direct your IANA fact sheet form lift to them. And that is all for that. Thank you. Next slide, please.
Thank you so much, Jess and Zach. Next up, we have Karen Barnes going over an IANA case study. Karen?
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Karen Barnes again, LSRP at Langen. I would want to stress for our indoor air notification area, this is new to everybody. It's new to the DEP. The form is new. It's new to us as LSRPs. So don't panic. A lot of things look familiar or similar to perhaps your classification exception areas, and we'll get through this. There might be some bumps in the road, but don't panic. There's enough familiar things, and the instructions and all are there for you to get through there. So next slide, please. I think if you're like me, you're going to be starting with an existing case. Right now, nobody has an IANA. It's all going to be new IANA forms. So while Jess and Zach talked about the lifting and modification of forms, right now we're all at the same phase of getting our initial IANA form. So I'm going to walk you through what I think is a typical case. It is an IEC that's already in progress and has been mitigated, but the process would be the same as if we were just discovering this IEC and walking through the process. So next slide, please. I find this timeline extremely helpful. When thinking about the similarities between an IANA form and a CEA, oftentimes we'll submit our CEA form kind of midway through the process, draw our circles around our groundwater impacts. The IANA is different. The IANA only comes into play after your indoor air has been investigated and mitigated and proven to be effective. That's the bottom line of this chart here. So if you're still investigating, you're doing your installations, you're designing your systems, it's not time for the IANA form yet. But if you have an IEC and you've gotten to your 1-year source control report, or you have a vapor condition and you hit your 100-day mitigation report, you can submit your IANA form now. You don't have to, but as Lynn said earlier, the earlier you do it, the more protective it is. If, again, like me, you have an ongoing case and you're past those reports and we're doing our annual monitoring and maintenance reports, that's also an ideal time to submit in your IANA report. So you can submit during this time frame, but you absolutely must submit it when you're going to get your vapor intrusion RAR, and it has to accompany your permit. Just be mindful that you need your IANA approved by the DEP before you can get your permit. So make sure that that gets submitted for approval. And as Jess noted, it can be with your IEC case manager. In the example I'm going to give you, I have a traditional case manager, so that would be who I would be including in that report. One other final note, again, we're all just doing this for the first time, but if we get to the point that we've submitted one, and then you're now at the permit phase, you would have to submit a new IANA with your RAP application. So, all right. So timelines, takeaway from that is don't submit until your system mitigation is there and has been proven to be effective. All right, next slide, please. All right, for our case example, I'm going to do a kind of a traditional environmental industrial kind of complex. We have a chemical handling and manufacturing building that is an existing case. I had an immediate environmental condition. I've been through the process. The site has a case manager. I have a traditional case manager. And again, the fact that I'm entering into the IANA program now would be no different than if this was newly discovered. There's a vapor mitigation system in the top left corner of that building, limited to that area. And we'll talk about what that means. And I think Jess and Zach has been pretty explicit that the affected area is going to be the whole building, not just the top left corner. Not only do we have a vapor mitigation system, there was also some sealing of pathways. There were some penetrations through the building, through piping, a groundwater remediation system, things like that. So we have some sealing of preferential pathways. Again, the impacts are limited to the northwest corner of Building 1. Interesting here is that Building 1 and Building 2 have a contiguous slab. It's all one slab. So for the purpose of this discussion, that's one feature. Even though there's Building 1 and 2, we'll be able to distinguish between that when we get to the forms. But no, Building 1 is the one that has exceedances. Building 2 has no exceedances, even though it's part of the same building footprint. And then there's a separate and distinct building, Building 3, used for chemical storage, but that's been properly investigated. There's no indoor air concerns there. And again, we've looked at off-site indoor air on the industrial buildings to the south there with no additional concern. So that sets up our case example here. Next slide, please. All right, so let's get to the forms. With this in mind, how are we going to fill out the forms? Is this a new IANA or is it revised? Like I said, we're all at the same place. We're all at the starting line. This is a new IANA, even though we have an existing IEC and it has been mitigated already. So we're going to check that new IANA box. And again, I told you it was mitigated. So is it still an IEC? Is it a VC? In the department's eyes, once you're an IEC, you're always an IEC. So we're going to check that IEC checkbox there. This next one about the source, what's the responsible source for my condition, can get you a little bit tripped up. This was a very old case. I don't have a smoking gun. There's not a specific pipe discharge or a tank or something that I know was the cause of this. So I'm going to do the best I can with that. I'm going to note that I have some elevated soil contamination. We do have groundwater above the screening levels. We do have subslab soil gas impacts. And I'm going to say to the best I can to tell the department what I think it is. It's historic chlorinated soil and groundwater impacts manifesting here as my vapor concern. And as part of my site, I call that AOC1. So in the accompanying reports and documents, I've noted this as area concern 1. And then as far as the system, yes, we have an active VI mitigation system, and it's a subslab depressurization system, but I'm also going to check that there's other engineering controls, because as I mentioned, some of the piping penetrations to the building had helped to complete an exposure pathway, and we've done some mitigation with sealing those penetrations. So I definitely will check that as well. The last one is the form being submitted as part of a RAP application. I could submit it with my annual I could go for my permit now, but I'm still in the annual monitoring program. I don't need to make it part of the permit yet, so I'm just going to check no for this point. But yes, I still need to submit the IANA. I'm not at the remedial action permit phase yet, so that's how I'm checking that box. Next slide, please. Zach and Jess went through a lot of these. This isn't so different from some of the other submittals we do with the site location, your map, your cross sections, and your deliverables. I'll stress that I don't think many of these are going to be newly created for this submittal. These are things you have in your reports. You've done your sampling maps. You've reported this data in other reports. So it's just pointing in the direction of where the department can find these by pulling out these maps and figures. So let's give you some examples of what these might look like. Next slide, please. Zach talked about the site location map. That's our typical USGS map. Folks are pretty clear on that one. For the ANA itself, you want to illustrate your known area of contamination, what's above your indoor air remediation standards. You want to note the entire structure that has the IEC or the VC. So in my case, even though it was the top left corner of it, I'm going to note the entire structure. And again, because I have a contiguous slab with the building, my structure encompasses both the building 1 and 2 in those figures. We're going to give locations of a soil gas, indoor air, ambient air concentrations. I'll give you some example figures of that. The locations, the mitigation systems, any sort of preferential pathway. If the subsurface utilities are part of those conduits, make sure we illustrate those, and any of the AOCs associated with those pathways. Next slide. Again, don't panic. These are things that we're used to submitting and are probably part of your previous submittals anyway. Sampling at locations and results map, the chem boxes look pretty familiar. The one on the left shows my locations of my soil gas and indoor air locations. The one in the middle are the compounds for which my IEC is applicable to, and maybe some subsequent indoor air sampling things on the right. Very common, very typical maps. I have not generated anything new. These are the things that are already in my 180-day reports and such. Next slide, please. Your engineered drawings and system layouts can take on various forms. Fundamentally, you want to show what your equipment is, what it looks like in cross-section, where things like your piping and your blower vents and things like that are. In my case, a nice aerial photograph with some lines illustrated show what's on my rooftop, a nice little cross-section showing my blowers and my vapor extraction points, and all serve the purpose here. Nothing super crazy. Your typical process diagrams will fit the bill for these type things. Next slide. And cross-sections. Yes, you can submit a detailed geologic cross-section with things in it, but the department's really looking for where is the piping and the equipment going? What is the thickness of your concrete slabs or your barriers? How deep are you going? So keep it simple, showing, again, in cross-section, what your system design looks like. These are perfect examples of acceptable cross-sections here. Next slide. All right. So GIS deliverables. I'm not going to go into the very specific things of how to do your GIS. Don's going to talk about that a little bit later. But from the big picture, when we're talking about our GIS deliverables, in our example, building 1 has the impact, even though it's in the top left corner, and building 2, again, is a contiguous slab. This would be the same as if you have a strip mall. In our case, it's just 2 buildings in our industrial complex here. So we're going to do one GIS figure, one GIS notation for both building 1 and building 2. Building 3 does not have any impacts, so it's not going to have a separate GIS indication there. So let's see what that looks like in the next slide. So we'll go to lay this out in the form. GIS ID 1, again, is going to encompass both building 1 and building 2 that we had in our example. But for building 1, I'm going to note that there's a subslab system there. My pathways were sealed. It's an industrial building. I give my lot and block. And my impacts are on the first floor and associates with the figure as building 1. And even though building 2 does not have impacts, I'm still going to include it in that shape 1, the GIS ID 1. And I'm going to note there was no mitigative action because it wasn't needed. There was nothing identified. And just note, again, all the way to the right that we call this building 2. Had that third building, that white building, had separate impacts, we would need a different GIS ID number for that. But in our example, there was no impacts in that, so we don't need a separate GIS ID for that. And Don will tell you a little bit more how to set these up a little bit later. All right, next slide. Jess and Zach went through the tables pretty extensively. I just want to reiterate a couple of things here. When we're talking about presenting the data for our indoor air and our soil gas, The department wants to see the highest concentrations we've ever had. So that's pre-mitigation. You're going to list the compounds for which the IEC or your VC are applicable. In my case here, it's PCE and TCE, and I'm going to give the historic high concentrations for that. Hopefully you're pre-mitigation and you're not going up after you mitigate. So, and for all intents and purposes, it's going to be your pre-mitigation sampling data. So that's indoor air and subslab highest of all times. Next slide, we'll talk about the groundwater data. That groundwater data is not the highest of all time. It is your current groundwater concentrations. And again, only the compounds for which your VC or your IEC are applicable to. So again, subslab and indoor air, highest ever. Groundwater is going to be your most recent. Thank you. Next slide. A couple other things that we need to do that are common with our other CEA type things. The notifications and the mailings are very similar. So again, don't panic. We've been through this before. When you actually go, and there is a section, a narrative section at the end. If you need to put in some more information about what's being there, the department always keeps that on their forms, whether it's section K or in this form, it has a different section, it's section F. You're gonna, if you're submitting this, it needs a cover certification if you're not uploading it to the portal, but as we hear, we're gonna be able to upload it to the portal. You submit in an electronic format to BCANE, and as Jess told us repeatedly, make sure your case manager's here. In my case, I have a traditional case manager, so that case manager will be involved in all the decisions and approving the IANA. If you have a VC or an IEC case manager, that's the appropriate person to talk with as well. Make sure you have all these pertinent attachments, and then we're going to send our GIS files separately, the same way we send our GIS files separately for our CEAs. So we're all in this together. It's brand new form, brand new to all of us. We're all going to be submitting this for the first time as new IANA forms, but I think as we work through it, it'll feel familiar because they're very similar to other forms that we deal with. And I think that's it.
All right, thank you so much, Karen. Let's go to the next slide. So we're going to start our first question segment. First, I want to say thank you all for your patience and understanding with some of our technical issues. I'm not sure what's going on with GoToWebinar today, but hopefully we're back to normal. So we lost a couple questions in the beginning when we all got booted, so I'm just going to go back. And so our first question is about financial assurance. So it said, with regards to the financial assurance, if we revise the cost estimate for the financial assurance and submit that with the RFS and FA form, why can we not reduce the FA if the new cost estimate is a reasonable one?
Hi, this is Vincent Fastenell, supervisor for the FA unit. FA can be reduced. There's an option to request for a reduction on the form itself. As it was already stated, we need a revised cost estimate to support it, but as long as the minimum requirements are met, you can reduce, and we will, if it's approved, we will contact the financial institution to have the mechanism reduced.
Okay, great. Thank you, Vincent. Going to move on to the next question. So it says all migration to groundwater exceedances will need to be recorded in a deed notice, even if an alternative standard is utilized or compliance option is used to comply?
No, if you have one of the compliance options, you're then in compliance with the standards and don't exceed the standard. So it is fine. You don't have if you use other options, compliance options, that is acceptable in all situations. Nothing is different about the IANA.
Okay, great. Thanks, Lynn. All right, next question is kind of related. So if you only have migration to groundwater exceedances, do you need institutional and or engineering controls?
Yes. That hasn't, if you are above standards, and the migration to groundwater is a standard now, so then you're including it in your permit.
Cool, easy. All right, next question. Do combined permits have a reduced overall yearly permit fee when compared to the current cost of 2 reps?
That part will stay the same. We have, if you have a soil permit, there is a fee for it. You can see that on the forms. If you combine them, there's still cost for the new permits, and there's still by-cert costs because we still have people doing the same job functions even though it's combined. Where you will save money is when you have administrative change, as I mentioned. Those costs, because you're only changing one permit, will be less.
Okay, great. Okay, next question. What will be the process to pay RAP fee by check?
And I'm going to wait for Nicole.
Yeah. Okay, so I know that there are entities that just cannot pay by, credit card or e-check for whatever reason. So if you still do need to pay by check, we'll still process the application the same way we're going to. You'll still get the email. It'll say the invoice number, and then you can mail the physical paper check to BCANE. Just make sure that you're indicating either on the check or, in the memo line or on a cover letter of some sort what the check is actually for.
Cool. Thank you, Nicole. Okay, next question. If RAP applications will be submitted via email going forward, does that mean we are not required to submit the original FA documents, or would they still need to be mailed separately?
You still need the original FA documents.
Okay, easy. Okay, and next question. Is an IANA form required if a soil gas screening level is exceeded, but not an indoor air remediation standard?
No, that is the indoor air notification area is for cases where you exceed the indoor air remediation standards.
Great.
Enough said.
Okay, next question. Do we need an IANA when we have a vapor mitigation system but are in the RAP phase?
If you have a vapor mitigation system in a RAP, so a lot of times those got mixed into a soil or groundwater RAP, it will prompt you in your by-cert, and then this is getting into way later presentations, but later in the day someone will discuss this. It will prompt you in your by-cert to submit an IANA form. You can do it as a standalone document. If you happen to still have a case manager, then you can submit it with your AMM reports, but the by-cert will be prompting you to submit an IANA. Even if it's already in a RAP, it's going to have to come out of the groundwater or soil RAP and be put into its own indoor air RAP.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, Jess. Okay, next question. If a groundwater RAP application has been submitted but not reviewed, can the IANA be combined with that application process?
Yes. Again, this is getting into way later presentations, but your IANA, and I'm a little confused on this question because the IANA is the institutional control, and that is separate from the indoor air RAP. The IANA will be included in the indoor air RAP, but the IANA is its own thing. So that will get submitted first. And then if you want to combine your indoor air RAP with a groundwater permit that you have already submitted, you can use the combine application to ask that your indoor air RAP be combined with your groundwater RAP application, even if it's pending.
That would be the initial, it's on the new initial form that Crystal will be going over later, how to combine, add it to another already existing permit.
It's an established permit. We can definitely get into all of this later.
Yeah, we'll get more into it. Okay, let's move on. So the next question says, are IANAs required for indeterminate pathway scenarios?
If you have IVIP, that is not a need for an IANA. IVIP is not a completed pathway, and a completed pathway is a requirement to get an IANA.
Awesome. Okay. The next question is, will the RAP fees reflect the fees in effect at the time of submittal or when the department reviews the report?
The fees have always been established at the time of submittal. So that process isn't changing.
Okay, easy. All right, then next question says, this was related to another question that we answered in the chat, but it says the LSRP does not receive other SRP invoices. So why would the LSRP receive the RAP one?
So the fees that we're talking about are the initial application fees. We're not talking about the annual RAP fees. The annual RAP fees will continue to be billed to the fee and billing contact. Typically, when we receive initial RAP applications, the LSRP handles that submittal, which includes, payment of the fee. So typically you're sending a check, that check's coming from the LSRP, you're putting that together with your hard copy application. So that part isn't really changing. It's just that the LSRP handles the initial application. Annual fees will continue to be billed to the fee and billing contact the same way we're doing now.
Awesome. Okay, next question. Would an IANA be indefinite if an engineering control is meant to be permanent?
The duration of the IANA will always be indefinite. We don't know when, we can't project when you'll be at standards, so the duration is indefinite.
I would like to clarify it's indeterminate.
Sorry, that's the word I meant to say.
Okay, cool. Thank you both. Next question. How are groundwater RAP applications currently under review by the department being addressed? Will an IANA submission be required with the first groundwater BICERT?
As Jess already said, we expect that if you have a site that has exceedances of indoor air, you apply for a new indoor air remedial action permit. If you already have one, we expect you to change it in your BICERT. We will make sure that you have submitted one with the BICERT, or we will tell you to submit one with the BICERT.
Awesome. All right, next question. Will a new IANA application need to be submitted for an existing groundwater RAP with the subslab depressurization system included in the OM&M plan?
I think this has been discussed, but yes.
Okay. All right, next question. Must step-out sampling be completed before submitting an IANA?
Yes, step-out sampling should be completed before you submit an IANA. It's important to see that you've done that step-out sampling and your systems are in place before you submit the IANA. If you happen to find more buildings, you can revise your IANA.
Great. Okay, next up, is the groundwater concentration reported in the IANA for the whole site or only the highest concentration within the VI investigation radius?
I would say it's for your entire site. If the groundwater that you are finding on your site is related to the indoor air exceedances, if it's all part of the same plume, then yes, we are only talking about the contaminants that are part of that indoor air pathway. So if it is those same contaminants, yes, it would be across your site.
Awesome. Okay. Next question. Will there now be a VI annual fee since that media is now being treated as part of the overall RAP?
There is a fee associated with the indoor air component of RAPs.
I'm not sure if they meant like a contaminated media fee as part of the annual remediation fees, because we have the groundwater component, we have sediment.
That's outside. That is outside the scope of this training.
Okay, thank you. And if whoever asked that question, if you want to clarify, please feel free. All right, next question. What is a vapor mitigation system passive? What if a vapor mitigation system passive was installed on a building due to a requirement of a specification and a preventative measure, but it was not necessary? Would an IANA be required in this scenario? The passive system is included in the deed notice.
So
You do not need to get an IANA for something that has not had an indoor air exceedance at any point. An indoor air exceedance is a requirement for an IANA. So if it was a passive system installed preemptively and it was not a result of any indoor air exceedances, then it does not need to get an indoor, it doesn't need an IANA and it doesn't need to get an indoor air RAP.
But if at any time you had an exceedance, even if your system is now working properly and you no longer have an exceedance, then you need an indoor air remedial action permit.
All right, great. We have about 7 more minutes for questions, so if you have more questions, keep putting them in the questions box. The next one is it is not unusual for the department to have more questions or comments to a groundwater RAP applications than to soil RAP applications. For combined permits, if DEP takes exception to one of the permit applications, will the other permit be granted or will approval for both permits be held up?
If we can issue one, we're issuing it. we will not hold up the issuance of a permit because there was an issue with a different media. But if we are able to, if we're working through the problem, we still haven't issued both permits. If the permit application for, let's say, groundwater had to be withdrawn, then we would issue the soil permit at that time. And I should stop calling it a soil permit because it is all just one permit and it is for a soil component. So if you hear us using that language, that's why.
Great. All right. Okay, next question is, what is the purpose or need for an IANA if these buildings are already under the purview of a DEP IAC case manager for specifically IAC or vapor concern cases?
The IANA provides notice to the public that that condition exists. When I was out in the field office, I know that we've had sites where people just turned off their system because it was too expensive. So it's protective so that people know that this condition exists. We map it so that everybody can have that information, and that's why we need to have the IANA so people know that this area is restricted.
Okay, great. Okay, I'm just looking through these other questions. We have a bunch of other questions that were submitted, but we will probably not read them out loud. So just as a reminder, if you're asking a question, keep it succinct and refrain from using site-specific details in your question. If you submit a question like that, we won't ask it out loud. But any questions that are not answered during the Q&A segments will get an email response after the training.
If your question is long and it's too hard to read out loud, it's hard for the panelists up here to follow the question and be able to answer it. So if it's long, we don't read that one out loud. We will answer it, just not in this format.
Okay. I have another question here. This is a good one. Well, I think it's a good one. Is there a phase-in period for submitting an IANA for already mitigated IEC or vapor concern cases?
If you have the exceedance, you will need a RAP. You can establish it. You can submit your IANA fact sheet application with your remedial action report and your RAR. You have to submit it at that point, or it has to be submitted. If you haven't already submitted your RIR, you can submit it that way. But it does need to have a RAP applied for.
If you are already in a RAP, sorry, Zach, if I cut you off. If you are already in a RAP, the BICERT will prompt you to submit that.
You can do it anytime before that. Once your system is functioning, you can submit it.
Okay, awesome. All right, next question. If a BICERT is needed for indoor air, do we still need to submit the annual maintenance and monitoring report as per the IEC requirements?
Once you're in a permit, sorry, Jess, once you're in a permit, you'll be submitting your BICERT, which will have that information in it. You would no longer submit the annual reports to PHMSA.
That particular requirement has been in the IAC guidance for a very long time. Just indoor air mitigation systems have not been really able to be permitted for until now.
Right.
Okay. All right, so this person says, was trying to see if VI, so similar to the current soil RAP and groundwater RAP, would have an annual fee once a VI RAP is established.
Yes, there is an annual fee in the rule for the review. All of our work gets in VRAP is we take out all of our time, and since we will be putting time onto that, we need to have a fee for that, which we do.
Okay, cool. All right, next question. We have a couple minutes left. Will IANAs be shown on Data Miner?
Yes. That's the point. We want you to know it. You can see it in our database. You can see that we have that, and we will also have the GIS layer.
Okay. Okay, cool. Next question is, who is responsible for payment of RAP application fees?
That is, the fee must be paid, and it is, but if we don't care who we get the check from.
Okay. But as far as who's responsible, that would be the co-permittees, property owner, other co-permittees.
Yeah, nothing's new. You've had the payment for these applications hasn't changed. You still need to pay for our time in reviewing it. So that's always going to be the case. There will be, you have to pay for our work. So who pays it? That part shouldn't change from everything that you've paid for previously. If you usually pay it as an LSRP, great. If your client usually pays it, then that works too.
Okay. Okay, great. So I'm just skipping a couple just because this is relevant to another question we have. So them being shown in data miner, when will that happen? Will that happen as soon as they're submitted, or is there like a lag time?
The IANA submissions are going to be reviewed by the appropriate entity of the department, and once they are established, that is when they will be shown on data miner.
Awesome. Okay, I think
Similar
we
to
have
a
time.
CEA.
Yeah.
You submit your CEA fact sheet, somebody at the department reviews it, and they establish it, and that's when it's shown on data miner.
Okay, great. I think we have time for one more question. I'm going to sneak it in. So step-out process can take time, especially with non-responsive property owners. If the step-out process must be completed before submission, will there be a penalty for the delay?
You should have conducted your step-out sampling by the time the RI is submitted to the department. You should have that resolved, or as resolved as it can be, because otherwise you're not delineated. So you need to have that information by your RIR.
If there's someone that's denying access to the property, that can be handled at a later date, and revision to your IANA can be done.
Awesome. All right, thank you all so much for answering those questions. We didn't get to all the questions, obviously. We'll have more time later, so we'll hopefully go back to them. But for now, we're going to start a 10-minute break. 10-minute break. So we're going to come back at 10:45 and get right back into it with Crystal and Mark. Thank you all.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. I'm now going to introduce our next presenter. Next slide, please. So next up, we have Crystal and Mark speaking about the new initial and new / new media component application.
Thanks, Alexandra. Good morning. My name is Crystal Prozik. I am a supervisor in the Bureau of Remedial Action Permitting, and today I'm here with Mark.
I'm Mark Fisher. I'm an LSRP with Haley and Aldridge, and also like Karen and Kathy, and a member of the RAP stakeholder group.
And we're going to be going over the initial new media component application. Next slide. There are 3 reasons why you would be submitting a new initial RAP application. The first is for a focus permit. The second is for a new RAP, and the third is to add a new media component to an already approved RAP. Next slide. I'm going to go over each one of these individually. So the first reason is for the focus permit. These are taking the place of our prioritized RAPs. You can submit for multiple focus permits at a time, but should not be submitting with a non-focus permit application. The focus permit is getting an expedited review from BRAP and support staff, while the other categories are not expedited. The next slide shows the different types of focus permits. Next slide. There are a few changes from the prioritized RAPs and the focus permit types. Permit type 3 is not for presumptive remedy, is now for presumptive remedy and alternative remedy. Permit type 4 is different also. This change was important to developers and municipalities because they would no longer be linked to the site for all time. This permit is staying separate, not combined with another RAP, and will only need a property owner, so no PRCR. Variances will not be allowed for the focus permits. And again, these focus permits are getting an expedited review for BRAP and support staff.
So these permits also pretty closely, not exactly, but pretty closely match the supplemental or the prioritized permit that DEP used to have. That is gone now, and so these new permits 1 through 5 sort of replace those. The supplemental certification, which is the more recent mechanism to expedite permit reviews. That is still going to be in effect. That's not going away, so that will still be an option if that's applicable. Next slide.
All right, perfect. Okay, so the second reason is if you're submitting for a new application with no other approved wraps that you are wishing to combine with the new wrap with. So this is similar to the process with the previous rule. However, this application can come in with up to 3 media components at a time if you are requesting the wraps to be combined into one permit. If separate permits are wanted for each media, submit separate initial wrap applications for each media component. And again, there will never be a situation where you would submit this form for both an initial application, which is category 2, and a focus permit, which is category 1, or an application to add a new component. Submitting a category 2 with a category 1 would not expedite both reviews. Therefore, they should be submitted together. They should not be submitted together. Submitting a category 2 with a category 3 is also not appropriate. This will be discussed more on the next slide.
We're going to go through the form, the application form, in pretty much section by section. So this may be a little more clear to everybody in a second. And the other thing that I'll add to that if you decide you initially come in and you want separate wraps for your various media, you can combine those down the road. So once you make that initial decision for whatever reason that you want separate wraps for your media, it doesn't mean you're precluded from combining them at a later date.
Exactly. Okay, so the third reason, which is category 3, if you're submitting for a combined wrap. If you already have an approved wrap, you can submit an initial application and request that the new application be combined with the already approved wrap. So again, category 1 is the focus permits. Category 2 is for the new wraps or that you wish to combine into one permit or keep separate. And category 3 is for an already approved wrap and you're requesting a combined combination with a new wrap. Next slide. Okay, so as Mark had previously discussed or mentioned, we are going to now go through the form. So you should use this form to apply for the initial wrap for soil, groundwater, indoor air, or any combination thereof. That includes an institutional or an engineering control. The checkboxes should be used to indicate which application you are applying for. And as discussed by Lynn earlier, this form is also color-coded.
You can go to the next slide. Yep. So we're going to have an example here on the next slide. This first example is a scenario where you've got a focused permit number 3, which is a soil presumptive remedy, and at the same time you also are able to submit a permit 5, which is for groundwater with a CEA with no receptors. So you're able to do that with this in this particular scenario. As Crystal indicated, once you go through the rest of the form, this is kind of where the color coding comes in relative to the various sections of the form. And again, the gray sections you'll see when we go through the form, that regardless of what category or what media you're applying for, you'll always fill out those sections. And again, as Crystal alluded to before, in this scenario, if you wanted a separate groundwater permit, you wouldn't use category 2. You can't combine category 1 and category 2. So that's what we were talking about earlier. Once you submit this application, you're only going to check boxes off in one of these 3 particular categories. Next slide. So this is, again, a simple example. This is a scenario where you're coming in with a new application for a groundwater and indoor air permit, but you want to have those permits combined. You use section 3 to do that and indicate that those are the 2 media you're submitting for and those are the 2 media that you are combining. Again, if you had a scenario where you had a soil media and you wanted to combine them, you would check the soil box. Or if you had a scenario, let's say for whatever reason you wanted to combine the groundwater in the indoor air, but you wanted a separate soil permit for whatever reason, you didn't want that combined, you would need to submit a separate form, and then you check category 2 for soil and fill out the application. Next slide.
Great, thank you. So we will have a test your knowledge poll question now. So everybody, question is, how many application types can be submitted with an initial wrap? You should see a pop-up to be able to answer the question. Option 1 is only one application type. Number 2, any number, but they must be within the same category. Any number across all categories. Give you a minute to answer. Just a reminder to continue putting your questions, submit questions to be answered during the question segments. Okay. And the answer is, next slide, B, any number, but they all must be within the same category. Take it away, Crystal and Mark.
Thanks, Alexandra. Next slide, please.
One of the things I want to mention too before Crystal starts the next slide is with this form, and actually with all the forms, the new revised forms, one of the things that we did is go through a pretty painful process, and I mean that in the most loving way, of revamping the instructions. And so the instructions are very detailed, and we tried to anticipate people's questions and how to interpret questions. So when you're going through this, it is super helpful to have the instructions along with the application form itself.
All right, perfect. Next up is section A. This is a site name and location section. This section is relatively the same for all of the wrap forms. There is an addition to the initial application that is important. See the blue circled line on the screen? The wrap activity number only provide when requesting to combine with an approved wrap. So this question needs to be filled out when you're requesting a combined wrap that has one or more approved wraps. So this will tell BCANE how to process your application, and again, this is very important to fill out. Next slide. There are 2 parts to section B. The first part did not change. It requests the reason for the submittal. The applicant can check off to support a restricted or limited restricted REO, to support a post-NFA, subdivision of an existing wrap, or other. The part of section B that changed is the second part, the part detailing the fees. As you can see from the image, the fees are broken down into the types of application that you are submitting for. The permit fees at the top are for the former prioritized wrap or the focus permits. The middle section is for the initial wraps, where a focus permit is not appropriate. And the last section are fees for when you are adding a new component, media component, to an existing approved wrap. A few things to keep in mind. If you are requesting to administratively combine multiple wraps that do not require technical modifications, you should be submitting a wrap application to administratively combine, and that will be discussed a little bit later by Julian. In addition, the groundwater media component fee now includes M&A and TI remedial actions. Lastly, when looking at section B, it is important to note that the fee is not submitted with the application any longer, as discussed earlier. This is the new process for all wrap applications. You will send in the application, and a representative from BCANE will provide an invoice once detailing the fees and how to pay. This was also discussed in a listserv that was sent out, and we are providing the listserv in the chat for review.
Yeah, so this is sort of new. Keep in mind that like Crystal and Lynn explained earlier, when you submit the application, you'll get this email to pay the fee. The invoice will go out, and I think it's going to the LSRP. Subsequent emails will copy the PRCR and other parties involved. But what essentially happens, though, is until that fee is paid, your application sits in BCANE, right? So it's not going to be forwarded on to the reviewer. You're not going to get in the queue to be reviewed until the fee is paid. So, and I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Crystal, but BCANE is going to give folks 60 days to pay this. after 60 days, if the fee isn't paid, I think they're going to tell you to withdraw the application. They're not going to process it.
I can confirm that's correct.
Thanks.
You're welcome. I'm here for you,
You can
Mark.
go to the next slide, and then hopefully Crystal will return.
Thank you. Okay, so Section C, which is fees billing contact. Section D, which is person responsible for conducting the remediation. And Section E, which is current owner of the site, did not have any change. The next section in the initial wrap application that had changes made is Section F, which is attached documents. This section was reorganized dependent on the media and type of information. There's a list of each attachment that should be included for all submittals and a list specific to soil, groundwater, and indoor air. We also have attachments for other information like vapor intrusion and financial assurance. All attachments should be submitted either electronically, which is preferred, or as a hard copy. All electronic copies should be provided in PDF file format. And when you are filling out this section, bulleted attachments are required for that submittal type. Boxes are if applicable and should be checked if they are being included. It's important to also point out that the yearly monitoring and maintenance for indoor air systems are reported on the VI MMM checklist, and this is submitted with the initial wrap as well as each BICERT. Again, these should be conducted yearly. Next slide. Section G is for financial assurance. This section was reorganized requesting first if your remedial action includes an engineering control and for which media. This section is also applicable if you have an active groundwater engineering control. It's important to note that the duration for soil and indoor air are indeterminate for 30 years. If yes was answered to either of these questions, financial assurance information is needed. A change from the rule that was added can be seen in the middle in this image. The reasons for permittee exemption has changed. Lynn discussed this during her presentation, but a little bit to summarize. The proposed rule changes these provisions from at, which requires them to be at that location, to the following persons are not required to establish a remediation funding source pursuant to this subchapter. A person who is responsible for performing remediation at their present or former primary or secondary residence. The owner or operator of a child care center licensed who is responsible for performing a remediation at the former or present location. The owner of a small business, again, who is responsible for performing a remediation at the owner's or operator's present or former business property. There are other questions in this section, but no other major changes. Next slide. Yeah, this is right. This is section H, which is land use. This section is asking for the current site land use and the off-site land use and should be completed for all media types. And you can see that by the gray coding on the title of this section. Next slide.
Okay, so these are new questions or additional questions that are in section I, and so we're going to go through these briefly. Question 8 is not a trick question, but what the department is looking for is, what are the primary source or sources that are associated with the deed notice or notice in lieu of deed notice that are being submitted. They're looking for, which AOCs, but keep this simple. The line's only this long, so you can't write a big dissertation in here. Do the best you can. If for some reason you've got a super complicated site and you feel the need to sort of expand upon your answer, just refer the reviewer to section N of the form, which is sort of the blank part of the form where you can add text to that section. So again, don't overthink this. It's just some basic information that the reviewer is looking for to add some context to the site for them. The next question is question 12, and there's a clarifying question or questions related to if you've got a historically applied pesticide scenario. And the new questions really have to deal with how was the migration to groundwater pathway evaluated? Was a groundwater investigation triggered based on your data? If it was triggered, was it sampled? Was it below standards? And a reminder that if for some reason you do have those compounds in your groundwater, that you do need to submit a CEA. So those are all sort of questions related to that. Question 16 is again a new question, and it speaks to the soil saturation limits for the compounds of concern in your deed notice. Hopefully everybody knows what that is, sort of the CSAT. Sounds like a medical condition, but essentially that is it's a concentration, it's a value, and you can find those in the remediation standards. If you go to Appendix 1 of the remediation standards, there's tables in Appendix 1. I think it's tables 3, 4, and 5. All have those CSAT concentrations. So we're going to go through when we look at the next couple of slides. There'll be a space in the new data include this information, but essentially it's the theoretical concentration where those concentrations in soil pore water reach a solubility limit and reach essentially their absorptive capacity, which creates a potential for free or residual product, and that's that's a big concern for the department. So they want to be aware of that. And so this is regardless of depth or proximity to the saturated zone. So it's independent of where it is in the column. And the rest of the questions in this section really deal with how have you dealt with that situation. If you've got concentrations that exceed the CSAT, what have you done to address the potential presence for free or residual product? And if you look at the rule and the tech rules, it tells you how to do that. It's visual observation. There's enhanced field methods that you can use, some further lab testing. But essentially, they're looking for how is this exceedance of the CSAT being addressed in the context of your permit application. And like I said, there's an example in the next table we're going to go through. The last question is question 19, and this is, again, was already a question in the form, but it's been expanded because typically depth of groundwater is not an easy question to answer. So they've added additional lines for what's the seasonal high groundwater, what's the average depth of groundwater, what's the seasonal low. Again, do the best you can. And if there's some reason why you have a super complicated site and even these 3 questions aren't enough, use section N and explain your particular situation, or direct in section N, direct the reviewer to the section in the RA report where you explain your hydrogeology. Next slide.
The last question in the soil section is question 17. This question is not new, but it had an addition to it. Question 17 discusses the soil remediation standards for the migration of groundwater exposure pathway and whether soil samples have been collected, revealing an exceedance. It's important to note that this question also applies to soil contamination found within historically applied pesticides and historic fill. During Lynn's discussion, she did speak briefly to this, but when answering this question on the application, that information should be considered. In addition to the added questions, changes also have been made to the contaminant table and engineering table. And next slide. As discussed, there's the new column labeled soil saturation limit on the right, as well as checkboxes now located in the contaminant and soil remediation standard columns. The checkbox in the contaminant column should be checked if the contaminant is associated with historic fill. The checkbox in the soil remediation standard column should be checked if the exceedance is located in the VADOS zone. Next slide.
So we're going to go through 2 examples, relatively simple examples, but sort of illustrate how to fill this form out. This example is a scenario where there's historic fill present. That fill was sampled, and there were certain compounds, BAP, BAA, lead arsenic, that are associated with the historic fill. and the BAP and the BAA are above the non-residential ingestion dermal standards. Lead and arsenic are above the non-residential standards as well, but they're also above the migration to groundwater standards within the VADO zone. When you fill this form out, again, under the very top of this section in the note, it says historic fill was sampled, so you check that box off in this scenario. And as Crystal alluded to earlier, sort of the first asterisk there is identify whether those compounds are associated with historic fill or not. So I think you would use in a scenario, there could be scenarios where there may be impacts from both. I would say for this example, you would check the historic fill, that it is present there. Again, complicated sites, explain it in section N. For the rest of the form, you're filling out the depths of those impacts, the highest concentrations. And again, look at the instructions. There's sort of additional guidance on how to fill this form out if you're not sure, but the questions are relatively self-explanatory. And then you'll see on the form, this table to the far right is what we were talking about with the new column with the CSAT concentration. You'll include those there. And also with that third column for our lead and arsenic, you'll see that those concentrations are within the VADO zone, and so those boxes have been checked in this scenario. Also with this example, there's another area of concern where there were impacts from an underground storage tank where we've got elevated EPH above the residential ingestion dermal and some benzene that are above the standards. In this scenario for the benzene, it does have an exceedance of the migration to groundwater standard, but it's not within the VADO zone. So in this example, that box is not checked. So again, fairly detailed table, but you should be able to follow along pretty easily with the instructions. Next slide. So in this scenario, this is a scenario where historic fill was present but was not sampled, assumed to be contaminated and only visually characterized. So in that note, in the first part of this section, we've checked that box off. And so when you have this scenario, the department is not expecting you to list, the typical historic fill compounds in the table. They know when you've done this that your D notice is going to be written appropriately, and so you don't have to list compounds in this table. One of the things to keep in mind too, and this is sort of a public service announcement from the BRAP folks that are reviewing these permits. One of the things that's super helpful when you're doing historic fill that's visually characterized is to let the reviewer know where in your RAR you discuss how that characterization was completed, and how you made the differentiation between existing impacts at the site and or native soil conditions. And the boring logs are usually the best way to do that. So if you can point them to specific boring logs that support your visual characterization, I think that will go a long way in getting your permit reviewed quickly. So again, in this scenario, in addition to the historic fill that was not sampled, we have additional impacts from our other AOC. So in this scenario, again, that is the only compounds that you would list in this example. Next slide.
So section J is the soil engineering control section, which includes engineering control table. This section should only be completed if the RAP has a soil engineering control. The engineering control area is now grouped so that each control area has its own description of the control, thickness, square footage, and inspection frequency. The box in the engineering control area column should be checked when the control is for a presumptive or alternative remedy. The drop-down box in the engineering control description should be chosen to reflect controls located in that specific engineering control area. Next slide.
So here's an example how to fill this particular table out. Like Crystal said, there in the second column, the engineering control descriptions are drop downs. So in this situation, we've got AOC1, which is historic fill. It requires engineering controls, and those engineering controls are an asphalt parking lot, the concrete sidewalk, and the building slab, as well as some landscape areas where we're using vegetative cover, mulched areas that have clean fill beneath them. So in this example, I included the AOC designation. You're not required to do that. They're really just looking for you to describe the engineering control area, which what they mean by that is parking lot, sidewalk, landscape areas, etc. But I think it might be helpful if the site's not too complicated to include that AOC designation. So then in the second column there, your types of engineering control, use the drop-down menu, include the in this example, we've got asphalt, then you've got your subbase beneath that, you've got the thicknesses of each, you've got the square footage, and then to the far right is your inspection frequency. So you sort of go through each of your areas, your types of engineering control to fill this form out. For the third engineering control, the landscaped areas, the vegetative cover, that is where we were able to click other, because in that situation, there's no actual box for clean fill as your engineering control. So in this instance, we clicked other. We indicated at the bottom of this section, you'll see where you can, I bolded the text there that we added where it says other described clean fill material is beneath the vegetative cover layer. Include your thicknesses. And then lastly, the building slab is also part of our engineering control in this example. And in this area beneath the building, we have other compounds that required a low permeability cap for a particular area of concern. So this engineering control covers both the historic fill impacts and the need for the low permeability cap. And so in the second column, that's why we've checked the building slab. We've checked the box next to that. And as you can see in the instructions, you do that when that particular engineering control is used for that purpose. So again, relatively straightforward, but it is new. Next slide.
Section K is the groundwater section of the form. First, we moved all of the questions relating to vapor intrusion from groundwater and into an indoor air section. Question 6 that states, has any groundwater contamination migrated onto the site property from an off-site source and that is not being included in the RAP, had an addition to it. We had originally asked if the LSRP answered yes to this question to provide the communication center number that was received when the unverified off-site source was called into the hotline. We added that we also wanted the verified off-site source communication number provided. Question 11 was also added to this section, which asks if the potential impacts are in a wellhead protection area with a supply well. Next slide. Section L is titled Other Affected Receptors. This section should be filled out for all media types. This section has 2 questions that discuss IBIP and subslab soil gas, and these questions are not new.
And so just by way of refresher, the indeterminate vapor intrusion pathway, a couple examples of that might be, let's say you have a VI triggered for a structure, but that structure is abandoned, not occupied, and it's scheduled to be demolished in the future. And let's say you have high soil gas concentrations that you've investigated beneath that building, but it's going to be unoccupied and demolished. That's what they considered an incomplete vapor intrusion pathway. Similarly, I guess the easy other example is a dry cleaner, where they're actively using TCE. You've got TCE exceedances in your subslab soil concentrations. They're excessively high. You're not going to sample indoor air typically because of the active use of the concentrations for the compounds of concern. So again, that would be considered a indeterminate VI pathway. Next slide.
Section M is brand new. This is the indoor air monitoring, maintenance, and evaluation information. This section was added to account for indoor air being added to the rule and the new indoor air permits. An indoor air RAP is submitted after an IANA is complete and approved by BEMSA, as discussed earlier by Jessica and Zachary. As you can see, this section is colored green, showing that it should be filled out when applying for a RAP with an indoor air component. And the questions in this section do not ask all the same questions as the IANA. The initial RAP application asks when specific reports and spreadsheets were submitted to the department, like the 180-day vapor intrusion response action report or the IEC source control report. The questions also ask when the IEC VC vapor intrusion spreadsheet was submitted to the department. This is done only when vapor intrusion sampling is conducted, and this is submitted to the IEC case manager. If sampling is conducted until the indoor air permit is issued, then it would be submitted in the BICERT to BRAP. Next slide. Additionally, in question 4, it is asked what the source of the impacts to the vapor intrusion pathway are. The choices are soil, groundwater, and subslab soil gas. It also asks what the area of concern is.
And again, not a trick question. Don't overcomplicate it. Do the best you can to identify which areas of concern are associated with this particular question. If you feel the need to, again, refer the reviewer to section N and you can explain it in additional detail there.
Next, we have question 5, which asks if the contamination has been delineated. And question 6, what type of indoor air mitigation engineering control is being used? The 3 types of systems are active, passive, and other. Jessica and Zachary gave examples of these 3 types during their presentation. Next slide. Question 7 asks for the location in the RAR where an electronic copy of the OMM plan for the engineering control mitigation system is located. As Jessica and Zachary explained earlier, initial IANAs can be submitted with a source control report, 180-day vapor intrusion response action report, annual monitoring and maintenance report, or a remedial action report, or as a standalone document. However, the IANA needs to be submitted with or before the RAR. Question 8 requests the dates of the verification sampling events that were performed to confirm that the mitigation system is performing as designed. This sampling event occurs before the IANA is established and should be included within that submittal. This sampling event confirms that the mitigation system is working, and this sampling event is reviewed by your IEC VC case manager. Next slide.
So we referred to this section quite a bit, the other information provided section. This is your opportunity to sort of put it in whatever else you think the reviewer would be helpful for them to know. So be detailed. As we went through the form, we identified a couple situations where you may want to use section N. Keep in mind that, again, your reviewer doesn't know anything about the site. And so if there's a specific context that's important to keep them focused, use this box to indicate such. Also, it's also very helpful to direct the reviewer in those situations to sections of the remedial action report where more details are applied. So don't feel like you have to jam all the text in there if, again, there's a particular complex answer to one of these questions where you want to expand upon, point the reviewer to the specific section of the RAR.
After section N starts the signature sections. Section O is the person responsible for conducting the remediation, information, and certification. Section P is current owner of the site information and certification. And section Q is a licensed site remediation professional information and statement. Next slide.
Yeah, and look, keep in mind this form's new, but not really, and it's long, but not really. Again, it's designed to address all the various media types. So if you don't have a particular media you're submitting, you don't answer those questions. So don't feel too intimidated about the form being X number of pages. It's designed hopefully to make the process a little simpler.
The last addition that we'd like to discuss is the NOI checklist for indoor air. The permit reviewer will use this form like we currently use the groundwater and soil NOI checklist. LSRPs can also use these when preparing the RAP to confirm that sufficient information is included in the document submittal. This checklist will be listed or is listed on the CSR forms webpage. near the groundwater and soil NOI checklists. And also, and this was discussed in the listserv, but in the next few weeks, we will be updating the soil and groundwater NOI checklists because obviously they have changed when we added the indoor air wrap. Next slide.
Okay, great. Thank you so much to Crystal and Mark. That was great. We're running a little behind, so I'm going to go ahead and introduce our next speakers, which are Mike Gaudio and Tom Glancy.
I guess while we're waiting for Mike, I might as well introduce myself. I'm Tom Clancy, an LSRP with Sovereign Consulting, and also a member of the RAP stakeholder group.
Awesome.
Good morning, everyone. I hope everyone's enjoying the training so far. My name is Michael Gaudio, for those of you who don't know me, and I'm the Bureau Chief at the Bureau of Remedial Action Permitting. And today I'll be presenting on the new Remedial Action Biennial Certification Form, along with LSRP Tom Clancy of Sovereign Consulting, Inc. Next slide, please. Okay, so basically this form, the key changes to this form, really none of the soil and groundwater content haven't changed. Basically, you know, we took the existing soil and groundwater sections, combined them into a single BICERT form and added a new indoor air section. So again, the important thing to note is that really the technical content really hasn't changed for the soil and groundwater sections. As you saw in other presentations, we now have the sections are color coded. Gray needs to be filled out for all media type. Soil is yellow, groundwater is blue, indoor air is green, and again, you're only filling those out if that media type is associated with your wrap. Another key change was we combined the PRCR and owner sections into a single administrative changes section, as well as we combined the remedial action, order of magnitude, contaminants of emerging concern, vapor intrusion evaluation sections all into, those components were all put into a single soil and groundwater section. For the groundwater section, we also have a CEA well restriction area section for answering questions about that. We also did a new indoor air section, basically with the same content as the soil and groundwater ones, which also includes a indoor air notification area subsection. Next slide, please.
Okay, so as Mike pointed out, Section D, actually most of these sections of the biennial cert form should look pretty familiar. Section D, as Mike pointed out, is the administrative changes sections, which basically combines both the PRCR and the current owners of the site into one section. And then sections H and I address soil and groundwater respectively, and they're generally the same as previous sections, just combined into one section. And then there's the added section J for indoor air. And, you know, this form is definitely longer than previous BICERT forms because it combines all three media. However, there really are not that many added sections, like one or two. So, yes, next slide.
Okay, again, this slide is basically showing you that the old PRCR and owner sections of the BICERT form were combined into a single administrative changes section. Again, the content is the same, just combined. One of the key highlights of this form is that it prompts the user that they need to submit another form to make that change. And you can always use the other information section to indicate that the required information is forthcoming with an approximate date of the submission. Next slide, please.
Okay, so still in Section D under administrative changes, basically two questions, 7 and 8, both deal with changing lot and block numbers for the site. What to note here is if the municipality changes the lot and block, a RAP administrative form change form needs to be submitted, and there's no DEP fees associated with the municipal change. However, if the property is subdivided by the owner, you would need to submit a RAP technical modification form with applicable DEP fees. Next slide, please.
Okay, this slide shows some of the key highlights with the Section E attached document section. As explained in some of the other presentations, right, the bulleted items are required to be attached to the buy-cert form. There are check boxes for the if applicable items, like say the RCR and RFS FA form, if the RAP has FA associated with it. Again, color-coded section so you know which items need to be attached for which component. Gray is general, soil is yellow, groundwater is blue, indoor is green. And again, the attached document should be submitted with the buy-cert form to srpsubmissions@dep.nj.gov. And all electronic copies should be provided in a PDF file format. Next slide, please. Okay, this slide highlights an important note at the top of the Section E attached document section. The note indicates that a copy of this completed form should be submitted to the municipal and county clerks for which the site is located, the local, county, and regional health officers, and the Pinelands and Highlands Commission, if applicable. This should be completed at the same time you're submitting the buy-cert form to the department, so please remember to do this. Next slide, please.
Okay, this slide addresses Section F, which deals with financial assurance. Generally, there haven't been any significant changes made to this section, although there is one thing we wanted to point out, is that annual statements, although the buy-cert form is only required to be submitted every other year, annual statements confirming the value of the FA instrument should be sent to BCANE, obviously on an annual basis. One instrument that this does not apply to, or the only instrument it does not apply to, are letters of credit. BCANE will route these submittals to the FA unit, and one other item of note is that sometimes lenders will send these statements directly to the department, so be sure to remain in contact with the lender on this matter. And next slide. Okay, so Section G, land use. The current buy-cert form only addresses on-site land use. Off-site land use was added to the buy-cert form to be consistent with other NJDEP forms. So one thing to note under number 4 here is that the requirement to identify site use or disturbance changes that have rendered the remedial action not protective of public health, safety, and the environment relates to all media, soil, groundwater, indoor air. It's separate from the requirement in Section H that addresses disturbances of the soil engineering control, caps, fences, etc. Examples of what is referred to in number 4 would be changes from non-residential to residential use, or installation of utilities, retention basins, or sumps, or other changes in site or building construction that create preferential migration or exposure pathways that did not previously exist. Next slide. Okay, this slide deals with sections H and I, which present both soil, or address both soil and groundwater. As we mentioned before, other than combining previously separate sections into one longer section, the questions in sections H and I with regard to soil and groundwater are generally the same as previous forms. Both have an order of magnitude section, contaminants of emerging contaminants, vapor intrusion, and similar to the remedial action sections that's depicted on the slide itself here. one thing of note, if VI engineering controls or mitigation system is installed or is included in an approved wrap, then the initial new media component wrap and an IANA fact sheet needs to be submitted prior to the next buy cert to add the indoor air component to the approved wrap. If a separate wrap for indoor air is preferred, an initial new media component wrap, an IANA fact sheet form, and a technical wrap modification application, if the engineering control mitigation system is in the approved wrap, would be required. So if you are combining wraps, you would just need to submit the initial new media component wrap and then the IANA fact sheet. However, if you're looking for a separate wrap, you'd need to do the initial new media component, the IANA fact sheet, and the technical wrap modification. So in most cases, your approved wrap is going to be a groundwater wrap, but there are situations such as landfill methane gas where it might be a soil wrap. Next slide, please.
Okay, and I just want to remind everybody too that some of these screenshots you're seeing, right, the buy-cert form hasn't been finalized yet. It will be in the very near future. So again, some of these may not look exactly as they appear later on, but the content is the same. All right, so this slide here and the next few slides shows the new indoor air questions in our section J, which are similar to and modeled off of the CEA questions. Important to note that you're only filling this section out if your wrap already includes an IANA in it. Say, for instance, you have a vapor mitigation system engineering control that was in place as part of your groundwater soil wrap. There are questions in those sections that prompt you to submit a wrap application along with the IANA fact sheet form. So this section is asking you questions, basically if you needed to conduct any indoor air sampling or if you had to do any recommissioning was performed since your last buy-cert submission, and if you did, submit those results, explain why, and submit a technical modification application if those changes resulted in changes to your OMM plan. This section also asks if you conduct an indoor air sampling in accordance with your OMM plan. Next slide, please. Okay. This slide shows some more of the new indoor air sampling questions. Question 5 asks if you conducted a vapor intrusion sampling to determine if the VI mitigation system and engineering controls is no longer needed. If you're answering yes there, then basically there are 3 questions that prompt you to make sure you did the vapor intrusion sampling correctly. You need 2 rounds of subslab soil gas and indoor air sampling below the applicable soil gas screening levels and indoor air remediation standards. And those 2 rounds need to be conducted at least 4 months apart, with one of those rounds collected during the heating season. And the system should be shut down and capped for a minimum of 30 days prior to the sampling. You'll see there's an important note here that the vapor mitigation system and engineering controls should not be permanently shut down until the department has approved the termination or removal of the indoor air component from the wrap. And then, like as you saw in other presentations, there's also a question for any offsite sources that may have impacted the indoor air at the site. Next slide, please. Okay, this slide shows some more of the new indoor air sampling questions. Question 7 here asks if any of the monitoring points associated with your IANA have been damaged, vandalized, repaired, replaced, or couldn't be located. And if that occurred, you're basically going to describe what happened and use the other information section as necessary if you need more space. It's important to note that those monitoring points should be accessible and owners and tenants should be aware of this. We've seen it where the new owner has put a carpeting over the monitoring points. If this happens, the monitoring points need to be located or replaced. If the monitoring points do need to be replaced, it should be within 10 feet of the former location. If not, a technical RAP modification would be required to update the OMM plan. Next slide, please.
Then Section J ends up with several questions that are specific to the IANA. First is basically a question about whether the IANA has been revised since the last BICERT. The second question deals with whether the names and addresses of people notified within the IANA boundaries have changed since the last BICERT. And the third is, has the vapor intrusion pathway changed at the site such that further investigation is required. A note with regard to question 2, if any of the names or addresses of the persons notified within the IANA have changed since the last BICERT, you can use Appendix B to provide the updated list of names and addresses. That essentially updates the IANA without submitting a revised IANA form. And next slide, please.
Okay, this section is the Section K, Other Effective Receptors. Basically, this section is the same as it was on the old BICERT form, except now that it's called Effective Receptors versus Vapor Intrusion, and we removed the Vapor Mitigation System Engineering Control questions from this section, and move those to the new Indoor Air Information section that I just showed you previously. These questions ask if you have a IVIP status, VILTM plan, or a change in use evaluation plan associated with the RAP, and if you conducted the required activities for these conditions, including annual inspections and any necessary vapor intrusion sampling. For the IVIP status, you need to verify that the site use is the same and that the contaminants of concern are still in use at the building. Next slide, please. Okay, Section L, other information, right, is everyone's favorite section, and it's helpful to both the user and the department staff reviewing the form. Please use this slide to list any other pertinent information to support the protectiveness of the remedial action and the submission of the BICERT form. For example, say we got a foot of snow, if that sounds familiar with this winter, and you can locate your monitoring wells to sample them. You're just going to note that in this section, indicating that you will sample the monitoring wells as soon as possible, and you'll report those results with the next BICERT submission. Please be sure to do that, though. That doesn't mean you should skip around, but you know, that is a good reason to delay it. The important thing is to maintain the BICERT schedule in the RAP, as we don't grant extensions on BICERT submissions. However, we will make a note in our computer system if your BICERT submission will be late if you let us know. And then again, you can also use this section if you need more space to answer any of the questions in a section above. Next slide, please.
Okay, we have our next poll question. Next slide, please. All right, the question is, what information should be included in Section L? This is the section we just went over. A, any other pertinent information. B, your shopping list. And C, list of all communication center numbers. You should have a poll pop up. Just a friendly reminder, although there are forms and instructions included in the handouts through this training, it's really important that you utilize our forms library on our website because forms could get updated at any time, and you want to make sure you're using the most up-to-date version of the forms. Just a reminder to also keep a lookout for any listservs that go out for future trainings. Okay, so next slide. The correct answer is A. All right, go ahead, take it away, Mike and Tom.
Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so this slide, I touched on this before with regard to the IANA But there are two appendices to the BICERT form. Appendix A deals with the CEA WRA, and then Appendix B deals with the IANA. So basically, if any of the names or addresses of the persons within the limits of either the CEA or IANA have changed since the last BICERT, you can use appendices A and B to provide updated list of names and addresses. And again, these when you do this, it updates the CEA and IANA without submitting additional revised forms. Next slide, please.
All right, thank you both, Mike and Tom, for going through that. We're at our next Q&A segment. Unfortunately, we're running a little behind schedule, but we're going to do as many questions as we can. I'm going to start at where we started after our first break. So the first question we have is, please explain further focused wrap differences, particularly 3 versus 4. I think that was a question for like Mark and Crystal.
Can you go back to slide 118 so they can see the different types while I explain them? 118. Here it is. Yep, this is it. Okay, so the focus permits, like we said before, they kind of mirror the prioritized wraps. Permit 1, focus permit type 1, this is a soil wrap with the D notice and no engineering control, so this one did not change. Permit 2, which is a soil wrap with presumptive remedy, so this is not required, not a school, daycare, or residence. This one also did not change. Permit type 3, this used to be soil wrap with a presumptive remedy, which is pre-approved by the department. We added alternative remedy to this permit type. Permit type 4 is a soil wrap with historic fill area of concern only. So if you have a wrap that is only historic fill, no other AOCs, there is potential for you to use permit type 4, which would mean that you would not need to include a PRCR on this wrap. Important to note that you cannot combine this with another wrap. It always has to stay separate. And if you do try to combine it, you would need to add a PRCR to that wrap with the historic fill only. Permit 5, which is the groundwater monitoring natural attenuation, this also did not change.
Okay, thanks, Crystal. Hopefully that answered your question. Next question is, we just submitted a groundwater wrap application to the property owners for signature last week. Please confirm that we do not need to use the new initial wrap application and the previous form will be accepted.
We prefer the new form to be used, but we understand that there's going to be times when your applications are kind of in the process of getting to us, which is understandable. So we will still take them for a limited time, but you should understand that there are things that are new in the new applications. So if you're submitting anything that has to do with what has changed, you really need to submit the new application, not the old ones.
All right, that makes sense. All right, next question. If a site has multiple existing wraps for the same media, same PRCR, can they now be combined? And if so, what category would that be?
So there's two different things, and I'm not sure which one you're referencing. If you have, let's say, 3 wraps that are all approved and you want to combine them, you would use the administratively combined form, which I believe Julian is talking about after lunch. If you have 2 wraps that are approved and you want to add a third one to it, then you would use that category 3 to combine those wraps together.
Okay, cool. All right, next question. If a site needs a soil, groundwater, and VI component of a wrap, with each having its own engineering control, will separate financial assurance be required for each media, i.e. 3 separate financial assurances?
You can use one mechanism for multiple media types, but cost must be shown for each media type on the cost estimate. Additionally, the mechanism needs to be valued high enough to fund each media type independently of each other, or no double dipping.
Okay, cool. Thank you, Vincent. Okay, next question. Can we utilize the existing BICERT form for any period of time? We have several that have been completed and were slated for submittal today.
This is similar to the other question. We're not going to.
Well, the difference is on this one, though, is that we don't have the form up right now. So if you want to submit your BICERT right now and you have to use what is online right now, that is the form. Then you have to use the current forms for groundwater and soil. That's why they're posted right now on our website. But as soon as we have the new form posted, use that form.
Okay, this is a related question, and I feel like you answered it, but will DEP include the new BICERT form here for the training?
No, it's not.
No, because it's not ready, and we're really sorry. We wished it was.
We will probably in a listserv let everyone know when it is now on the website.
Perfect. All right, we have a couple of minutes left. So where can the, wait, this is related to the BICERT too. Where can the new BICERT form be found? So it's just not there yet. Okay.
Yep. Yeah.
Let's see. Okay, although the BICERT form is a combined media form, LSRPs need to submit separate forms if the groundwater and soil and air permits are separate, correct?
Yes, because you would be submitting them at separate times.
Okay. Mike, anything to add? I saw you pop in there.
Yeah, no, that's correct. Yeah, they're color-coded sections, so you're only filling out those sections for which your wrap is what's included in your wrap.
Okay, cool. All right, just to confirm, moving forward, VI will be tracked on a biennial basis under the VI wrap BICERT schedule, as opposed to the previous paradigm where VI reporting was generally on an annual basis via the AMM reports.
Yes, once they're in the permit, but they still have to submit the documentation that they were submitting to VEMSA annually. It's just you're submitting it to us both years in, once every 2 years in the BICERT.
Anyone else want to chime in? I saw a couple of people pop up. No, okay. Okay, next question. Should the existing LSRP supplemental certification still be used for a combined initial or focused soil and groundwater permit?
You wouldn't submit the LSRP supplemental cert to combine. It would be the same as like a focused permit, because we would be prioritizing that supplemental cert. So you would have to wait until we approved it, and then you could combine that with other new reps.
Yeah, if you're able to send in the supplemental certs, soil and groundwater for both soil and groundwater combined permit, then yeah, we could do that. But if it's got that extra component for, say, indoor air, then yeah, you're not going to submit it. You would have to submit it separately if you want it on the supplemental cert expedited time frame.
Okay. Next question is also related to BICERTs. So does DEP want LSRPs to postpone submission of BICERTs until the new forms are published?
No.
No, you always want to maintain your BICERT schedule, keep submitting those BICERTs on time. Like I said, even if you're not able to conduct your sampling, just note it in the other information section, maintain compliance with your app, keep your schedule, and you can always provide that information in the next BICERT.
Okay, maybe we have time for a couple more. The next one is, were BICERT submissions emailed to SRP submissions email address prior to February 17th deemed acceptable, or do we need to resubmit via email? Because the listserv said it's effective February 17th.
You could always have submitted the BICERT forms to that email address. So if you already sent it in.
What Mike was saying, if they submitted.
Yeah, if you submitted it already to the SRP submissions email, that's fine. That was always the case. We were already doing BICERT forms through that email. So there's no change on that. It was only really for the RAP applications now where we're able to send it to that email address. Buy-cert forms are always sent to that address.
Okay. Maybe like one more. Is there a grace period before the new buy-cert form is required to be used?
I'm going to say this answer that I had said previously. I want to say it again now, that we want you to use all the new forms, but if it's in the mail, if it's being processed by you and you have one signature but not all the others, please just continue with that. We understand you guys are working. We don't want you to redo information, so you do not need to resubmit the forms in the new area. But if you haven't started yet, that's when you pick up the new form.
Okay, that makes sense. All right, it's just about 12:05, which is the start of our lunch period. We have from 12:05 to 12:45. So if any of your questions weren't answered now, of which we still have a bunch left, hopefully we'll have time later to revisit them. Otherwise, we can answer them via email after the training. So let's go ahead and start our lunch break. We will see you back at 12:45. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. It's 12:45, so we're going to get started again. Next slide, please. Great. So next up, we have technical modifications application going over by Robert and John. Rob and John, ready when you are.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Robert Hawk. I'm a supervisor with the groundwater unit of the Bureau of Remedial Action Permitting. I'm here with John Engdahl, owner of Ridge Environmental Management. We're going to discuss the new RAP modification application. First slide, please. The RAP modification application is now the RAP Technical Modification Application, Soil, Groundwater, Indoor Air. This application can be used for RAPs with any media or combination of media if for an administratively combined RAP. This form should only be submitted for the technical reasons shown here on the right. I'll give you a moment to read through those. Next slide. Modifications for administrative purposes, for example, updating permittees or their contact information, including any changes that would have been formerly considered a transfer change of ownership, will be handled by BCANE via the RAP Administrative Changes application. This RAP technical modification application should not be used to add or remove any media components from an administratively combined RAP, as this would be done via the RAP initial application and RAP new media component application, or the RAP termination removal of a media component application, respectively. Next slide.
Great, we have another test your knowledge question, poll question. So the question is, a true or false, a change in an institutional control is a reason to submit a remedial action permit technical modification application. A for true, B for false. You should have a pop-up. I'll give you a minute to answer the question. Please continue to put your questions into the chat question menu. We're doing our best to ask out loud any questions we can. In the event we don't answer them, we will follow up with an email, as long as the question's not too site specific. Okay, it's been a minute. Answer is true. Okay, thank you.
As mentioned, this modification application can be used for RAPs for any or all media by filling out the appropriate sections, which are color-coded by media type. As always, be sure to review the form instructions as well as the soil RAP guidance document, groundwater RAP guidance document, M&A technical guidance, vapor intrusion technical guidance, and any other guidance that may be applicable prior to submission. Lastly, this form should only be sent after submission of applications and issuance of RAPs for any necessary administrative changes. Next slide, please. RAP technical modification form is very similar to the initial new media RAP form already discussed, with the exception of Section B, Section F, and minor differences in Sections G, H, L, and M. Next slide. In Section B, you'll check off the appropriate boxes for the media under the RAP for which the modification applies, and the technical reasons the application was submitted. There is also a space to briefly explain the changes. For example, A building was constructed at the site which requires a change to the deed notice. Lastly, this section provides the cost of the RAP modification application fees. As Lynn and Mark and Crystal discussed, but it's worth reiterating, each component being modified requires a separate fee. Do not include payment with this application. We encourage applications to be electronically submitted. Upon receipt of the application, an invoice will be provided by BCANE for the appropriate fees outlined on this form. The RAP modification application will not be reviewed prior to the invoice being paid. Next, John is going to provide some examples of when to submit a mod. Next slide.
Okay, thank you, Rob. The next two slides list the reasons for submitting the technical modification form. Rob had these reasons listed on the second slide of this presentation, and these reasons are also found in section B of the technical modification form, where you are required to select why you are modifying a technical aspect of your RAP. For today's discussion, we've separated the reasons into two categories. The first category involves changes to the property or its use, which may seem kind of non-technical in nature, but it is important for you to know that these aspects are part of the department's technical review. Examples include property subdivision, say during redevelopment, or changes in the property use that affect your indeterminate vapor intrusion pathway status or your vapor intrusion change in use evaluation plan. The second category includes what I think we would all consider the technical reasons, which are driven by new data, changes in remediation standards, or as the result of your remediation progressing faster or slower than anticipated. These reasons include modifications to your institutional or engineering controls, including your IANA if you have one. Next slide, please. The remaining data-driven reasons to submit a technical modification are when you are changing your groundwater RAP from an active RAP to an M&A RAP or from an M&A RAP to an active RAP. And finally, any changes to your groundwater or indoor air monitoring plans, your vapor intrusion long-term monitoring plans, or changes to your operation and maintenance manuals for your VI mitigation or POET systems would require the technical modification form to be submitted. Now we'll go back to Rob, who's going to go through the differences in this form from the previous modification form and some of the differences between this form and the initial RAP form that was discussed earlier today. Next slide, please.
Thanks, John. Section F, attached documents, regards which documents should be submitted with the application, depending on the media being modified. There are separate subheadings for the required documents for all modifications and for each media type. It is only required to submit new or revised documents. As with our other forms, bulleted items under applicable subheadings, such as those under general requirements or the media component being modified, are required. Boxes under general vapor intrusion requirements, financial assurance requirements, or the media being modified should be checked and the required items provided if applicable. Most of the information required here was taken from previous groundwater and soil modification applications and are now presented here on one form, with the exception being some of the boxes under vapor intrusion requirements and indoor air requirements. Next slide, please. This is a screenshot from section F. The last two boxes under VI requirements are new to this form. One pertains to the presentation of vapor sampling results, and the other regards information necessary for buildings with IVIP status. Next slide. This slide shows the new indoor air requirements on section F. These required items will be discussed more in depth in our other presentations, so we won't go into them here, but please take a few moments to look over them. Slide. Section G regards FA and should only be completed if the RAP requires FA for an engineering control. If required, a cost estimate should also be included. FA must be obtained before filling out this application unless existing RFS is being used as FA. More information on FA requirements pertaining to RAP modifications can be found on the application instructions and the links cited within. Questions 2 and 3 are new to this modification application. Question 2 asks if FA is currently in place, and 3 asks if there are changes to the FA due to this modification. If the remediation costs are changing as a result of this modification, you should submit an updated remediation cost review and RFS FA form with this application. Next slide. Section H, indicate the current on and off-site land use. This section includes a new set of questions under 3, explicitly asking if the site use has changed since the last RAP or biennial certification form submittal, and whether that site use change would dictate a change in the remedial action. Next slide, please. Section L, the only new question for this section compared to the initial form is question 2, which asks if any new buildings have obtained an IVIP status since the last RAP. Next slide. Section M of the modification form has only a minor difference from the initial new media RAP application. Question 1 requires a brief description of the indoor air RAP modification. Some examples might be adding a building or changing the VI mitigation system components. If there is not enough space to discuss this question or any others on the form, feel free to use section N, other information provided, as needed to highlight any key information you would like the department to know. That concludes what is new to the RAP modification application. Next, John is going to discuss an example scenario that would require a RAP modification application. Next slide, please.
Okay, so we developed a scenario to highlight the aspects and some of the nuances of using the technical modification form. For this scenario, we have an active gas station with an auto repair operation as well that has a soil RAP for a deed notice, an active groundwater RAP, they have an active treatment system operating on site, and an indeterminate vapor intrusion pathway because of the ongoing auto repair operations inside of the building. In the scenario, we have operations ceasing on site, we have the UST system being removed, contaminated soil being excavated, and in the process, the groundwater treatment system being removed. After this work and the appropriate post-remedial monitoring, the site conditions now warrant the termination of the soil RAP and the removal of the deed notice. The active groundwater RAP can now be modified to a monitored natural attenuation groundwater RAP. And the VI pathway was reevaluated post-remediation, which revealed that the subslab soil gas concentrations are now below non-residential soil gas screening levels, but they remain above the residential screening levels. So given this scenario in section B, question 1 of the technical modification form seen on the slide, only the groundwater box is checked because we are modifying our active permit to an M&A permit. The soil box is not checked as the termination of the soil RAP is completed via the RAP termination media removal form, which will be discussed later in this presentation. Finally, the indoor air component is not applicable to the site because there is no indoor RAP at this time. Recall, we had an indeterminate vapor intrusion pathway status on the property. The next step is to complete section B, question 2, which is where you are required to identify the reasons the RAP is being modified. This section of the form is not shown on the slide, but these are the reasons Rob and I have previously discussed. And for this scenario, you would check change in CEA or change in your institutional control. You know, your contaminants of concern may have changed, the extent and the duration of your CEA may have changed post-remedial excavation. Again, you're changing your permit, your groundwater permit from an active remedy to an M&A. You would have updates to your groundwater management plan to reflect post-remedial conditions, or maybe you lost one of your source area monitoring wells during the excavation. You would remove the indeterminate vapor intrusion pathway status because the operations on site ceased, and so you no longer qualify. And you would have to add your VI change in use evaluation plan as the concentrations above that residential standard, but the property for the time being is going to remain in commercial use. Next slide, please. You would then be required to complete the remaining applicable sections of the technical modification form. We are all familiar with sections A and C and E, where you provide site name, bill fee, contact information, and the contact information for the PRCR and the current owner. For section F, the attached documents, we will include the materials to meet all the general requirements, such as the VI change in use evaluation plan and any necessary adjustments to your financial assurance and groundwater information. Note in this section, as discussed by others and as Rob mentioned earlier, bulleted items are required for all submissions, while the need to respond to the items with a box in front of them will be dependent on the details of your modification. Required groundwater information includes electronic copies of historic groundwater sampling results by monitoring well and temporary well points, as well as the most recent groundwater contour maps, sampling field sheets, and laboratory data packages that have been generated since the last RAP submittal or biennial certification form. Next slide, please. For section G, financial assurance, in our scenario, active to M&A groundwater RAP, you can envision that there'd be some changes or adjustments to your financial assurance, or maybe the complete removal of your financial assurance. For section K, which is the groundwater section, again, because this modification, this technical modification is focused on groundwater, you would be required to answer all questions in this section. Section L is where you would remove the indeterminate vapor intrusion pathway status and answer any questions about your new vapor intrusion change in use evaluation plan. Sections N through Q, there's nothing new here. This is where you can provide that additional information for any section where you did not have enough space above, and then the required certifications that we're all familiar with. Remember that sections I and J, which address soil, and section M, which address indoor air, are not used in this scenario. Next slide.
Okay. Thank you so much, John and Robert. That was great. We're going to move right along to our next presenter, who is Nicole Lalavier. She's going to be presenting two topics for RAP administrative changes application and then right into RAP contact information change form.
Great. Okay, so as Jillian said, I'm going to first talk about the RAP administrative changes application. So next slide, please. This form should be used to apply for an administrative modification of a RAP no later than 60 days after the administrative change has actually occurred. These administrative changes include sale or transfer of the property, changing the permittee name or mailing address, the addition of a permittee, the removal of a PRCR who has been legally dissolved or deceased. This form is being handled entirely by BCANE. We're not going to issue a new permit after we review it. We're just going to continue issuing the cover letter the same way we've been doing for transfers and address change modifications. Next slide, please. So I'm going to go over each section of the form briefly. Some of it's very self-explanatory, so I'll move through it kind of quick. Section A asks for the name of the site according to data miner, any other known names of the site, the street address, which should be the actual physical location of the site according to the tax records, the name of the municipality the site is in, again, that's according to the tax records, the zip code, the currently assigned PI number, the RAP number, which for example is RAP 260001, the block and lots associated with the site, and then it's going to ask you if the site is overseen by a case manager, if so, who that case manager is. It then asks if the site is in post-closure for RECRA and overseen by the Division of Remediation Management. And then the last question just asks simply whether or not an educational facility exists at the site. Next slide, please. Section B discusses fees. I know there have been a few fees questions in the chat about fees. If there are any current or overdue fees owed at the time of submittal, a BCANE reviewer is going to notify the LSRP and the permittees. If upon review of the form, it's discovered that a previous modification is required. So for example, the property changed hands in between the initial permit and the current application, BCANE will also request those additional modifications to be submitted. If the administrative change is being done for an ownership change of a soil wrap, for example, the fee will be $440, and that's the amount that BCANE will create the invoice for. The groundwater and indoor air transfer fees are also listed here. If a permittee changes their name or address, the fee due would be $440. And then appropriate fees will need to be added together for administrative change applications requesting multiple modifications. So for example, an address change modification and a soil wrap transfer will cost the $440 plus the $440, which would be $880. Adding or removing a permittee, which may only occur if the permittee has been legally dissolved or deceased, will incur a fee of $345. That last box there, the municipality initiated block and lot change, the department's going to process that one free of charge. Next slide, please. So continuing on with the fee discussion, if you're modifying a combined wrap, the higher fee should be paid. So for example, you're submitting the form for an ownership change and you have a soil/groundwater wrap, the higher soil wrap fee of $440 will be charged. Next slide, please. Section C is the attached document section. If FA is required, the original mechanism should be mailed to the FA unit the same way that you've been doing. The detailed cost estimate along with the RCR form should be submitted to BCANE via SRP submissions. So one major change that occurred due to the rule update is that the FA exemptions for small businesses and child care centers will remain with the PRCR even if they sell the property. So before, once a small business was no longer operating at the site with the wrap, the PRCR lost their exemption. However, that's no longer the case under the updated rule. If the form is requesting the removal of a permittee, a formal letter of dissolution or death certificate, whichever is appropriate, should be submitted. If you're requesting a PRCR be removed from a permit type 4, you should submit the LSRP Focus Permit 4 supplemental certification for remedial action permit administrative change application. It's a really long name. I'm going to go over that one in a second. If the form is being submitted to document a municipality-initiated block and lot change, documentation displaying the change, such as updated tax records, should be submitted. Next slide, please. So this is that really long name form. This is what the supplemental certification looks like. It should be submitted with the wrap administrative change application when you are requesting that the PRCR be removed from an approved wrap. That is for historic fill AOC only. You would check the appropriate set of boxes, either certifying that a PA for the entire site was done and that all AOCs in the PA have or are being remediated, or you can check off that you are certifying that the historic fill material AOC was sampled. So either check 1 and 2, or you check 3. Then the rest of this form just asks basic site information. And then there are the certification sections for the property owner, PRCR, and the LSRP. Next slide, please.
Thank you. Next, we have a test your knowledge. It's our poll question. Next slide, please. Poll question number 5. The LSRP focused permit supplemental certification may be submitted for which of the following focused permit? A is 1, B 2, C 3, D 4. Question should pop up. You have 1 minute to answer. Going to take the time just to remind everyone to fill out the survey at the end of this training. Your feedback truly assists us in improving our trainings, our future trainings. Okay, it's been about a minute. Next slide, please. The answer is 4D. Go ahead, Nicole, take it away.
So section D is the financial assurance section. If there is no engineering control in place, answer no to the first question and skip the rest of the section. If the wrap being modified includes an engineering control, at least one permittee is required to establish FA, and numbers 2 through 4 must be answered. So if both permittees have an exemption as outlined in number 4, FA is not required to be established, and an RCR form and cost estimate are not required. Next slide, please. Section E is the usual any other information section. So anything else you feel is important that you want to explain that hasn't already been covered on the form could go there. Section F is the fee and billing contact information. So there you want to list the organization of the fee billing contact, their first and last name, mailing address, email address, phone number. Next slide, please. Section G only needs to be completed if the intent of this application is to indicate that a sale or transfer of the property has occurred. So this is going to be the former owner is going to sign off here. If there was more than one former owner, then you would also submit the addendum to Section G. Next slide, please. Section H should always be completed with the current property owner's information and signature. You must also provide the date or sale of transfer of the property if that is applicable. You can check the box if the property owner is also the primary contact for permit compliance. And then again, if there is more than one property owner, the addendum to Section H should also be completed. Next slide, please. Section I should always be completed with the PRCR's information and signature. You can check the box again if the PRCR is also the primary contact for permit compliance. And then again, if there's more than one PRCR, you should submit the addendum as well. Next slide, please. Section J is just the LSRP information. It should always be completed and signed unless the case has a case manager and there is no LSRP. Next slide, please. So that kind of finishes off the administrative changes application. I'm going to move now into the RAP contact information change form, which already existed. It really hasn't changed much, but we'll go over it real quick. So these updates will be made in the department's database for the specific RAP or RAPs requested to be updated only. What you can change here is basically the contact person, the phone number, email address for either of the permittees. Or you can change the designated primary contact for permit compliance. We're not going to issue a revised RAP. Like I said, all this information just gets stored in the database. We're not going to send anything out once these forms have been reviewed and completed. All these forms can be emailed via SRP submissions. They do not need to be mailed in. The next slide, please.
Great, thank you. Now we will have another poll question. Which form should you submit to update the PRCR contact person listed on your RAP? Your options are A, a RAP contact information change form, B, RAP administrative change application, or C, site and contact information update form. You have about 1 minute to respond. You should see the pop-up. Again, it's important to note that you must answer at least 6 of the 9 poll questions in order to qualify for the CEC credits. If you're having any trouble with the poll questions, like being able to answer, please feel free to post it in the chat so we're aware. Okay, it's been about a minute. Next slide. The answer was A, a RAP contact information change form. Thank you.
Next slide, please. So again, a lot of this form is self-explanatory. Section A asks for all the basic site information, the name of the site, other known names of the site, the street address. Again, you want to make sure everything is according to the tax records, whatever the currently assigned PI number is, the RAP number, where you want these changes to be made. Again, asks if it's overseen by a case manager, who that case manager is, and then it asks if the site is in a post-closure for RECRA. So basically a lot of the same questions as on the administrative change form. Next slide, please. Section B is used to indicate what type of change is being requested. So if the change you want to make is not listed here, you most likely need to submit a mod or maybe an administrative change form. These are all the free changes. So basically just contact information specific. Address changes for permittees cannot be done using this form. Those have to be done on the administrative change application. Next slide, please. Section C is the fee and billing contact. Again, lists the organization, their name, their address, their phone number. Next slide, please. Section D is the PRCR's contact information and signature. You only need to complete this one if you're updating the contact information for that PRCR. So if what you're changing is, for example, the property owner's name, we're not expecting to see a signature in Section D. Next slide, please. So similarly, Section E is the property owner contact information and signature. So we're only asking for this to be completed if you're updating that person's contact information. So you updated the PRCR's email address, you don't need to submit Section E. Next slide, please. In Section F, you can use the check boxes to indicate whether the PRCR or the property owner should be designated as the primary contact for permit compliance. That's basically just the first person the department will try to contact if they have any questions regarding the RAP. Section G is the usual any other information provided section. So anything else you feel is important that you want to explain, you can put it here. Next slide, please. Section H is the LSRP's contact information and signature. So we do always want to see this unless there's a case manager and there is no LSRP. Next slide, please. And then there are just a couple addendums. So if there are multiple PRCRs on the RAP and you need to update more than one of them, then you would complete addendum A. Next slide, please. And the same thing here. So if you have multiple property owners and you need to change multiple of their contact information, then you would submit addendum B. Next slide, please.
Thank you so much, Nicole. Next up, we have Julian. Next slide, please. We will be discussing RAP applications to administratively combined RAPs.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Julian Posey. I'm a supervisor with BRAP. So I'll be discussing a new form, the RAP application to administratively combined RAPs. This form will be processed by BRAP, and it's to be used to request the administrative combination of approved RAPs, pending RAP applications, or both types where technical modifications to the RAPs are not required. So this form can be submitted at any time after a RAP application is submitted, including once the RAP has been approved, as long as the following requirements are met. So co-permittees, they must be the same for the approved RAPs or pending applications being requested to be administratively combined. The site location must be the same, including address and block and lots. And the program interest number must be the same as well. And the same LSRP must be retained for all RAPs being combined prior to submitting this form. So this form can be submitted at any time, for sites where there are multiple LSRPs retained for different AOCs or media. The LSRP that is not taking the lead on the combined RAP would have to dismiss themselves, as the lead LSRP would then have to be retained for all RAPs for which the combination is being requested. And also all existing RAPs, they must be, all existing RAPs being combined, they must be in compliance. So all of the BICER due dates must be met and the annual fee paid in full. Next slide, please.
Okay, we have another test your knowledge poll question. Poll number 7. Which RAPs are eligible to be administratively combined? A, approved RAPs. B, pending RAP applications. C, both approved RAPs and pending RAP applications. Give you a minute to respond. You should see a pop-up. I know it's been posted in the chat a couple times, but just a reminder, in the upcoming weeks, we will be posting this training on our website with the agenda and with a few of our handouts, in addition to all the slides. Okay, and the answer is, there it is, both approved RAPs and pending RAP applications, letter C.
Okay, so Section A, this is as typical as all the other forms, requiring you to complete the site information, while Section B, this is used to indicate which type of administrative combination is being applied for. So when combining approved wraps only, there's a $330 fee. And while combining at least one pending wrap application with either pending wrap applications or already approved wraps, there will be no fee. And sections C, D, E, and the addendums are, again, as typical as the other forms, requiring the contact information and signatures of the permittees and the LSRP. Next slide, please. So once combined, there will be one annual permit fee, which will be invoiced to the fee billing contact. And there will be one remedial action protectiveness biennial certification form that will be due. And if combining already approved permits, the next closest due date of an approved wrap will now be designated as the annual permit fee due date and BICER due date of the newly combined wrap. This ensures that no BICER due dates get missed through this process. And that's all I have for you on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Julian. All right, next up is going to be Alexander Shelkanaseff and Richard Lake to talk about wrap termination removal of a media component application. So take it away.
Hi, my name is Al Shelkanaseff. I'm a supervisor in the Bureau of Remedial Action Permitting. Today I'm here with Richard Lake from Geotechnical Associates to talk to you about the wrap termination removal of a media component application. Next slide, please. All right, so reasons to use this form. Really, the form is basically has the same use except for we've added the ability to remove a specific media component from a permit if you're preserving the wrap for other media components at the site. So you can remove a single media component, or you can still use the form to terminate the wrap entirely if there are no other media components that will be left over for the permit. Next slide, please. Quickly, before we get into the specific changes that have been made to the form, I just quickly wanted to highlight that this presentation is not really going to go over any of the technical aspects of removing a media component or terminating an application. So if you have questions about any of those technical aspects, make sure to take a look at our other rules and guidance on the topic, such as the M&A guidance document, vapor intrusion guidance document, the groundwater soil technical guidance documents, etc. Next slide, please. All right, so the first section that is changed on the termination form is going to be the categories section. So when you're filling out the termination form, you're going to have to figure out if category 1 or category 2 is applying to your site. So category 1 would be to remove the wrap completely when there are no media components that are going to need a permit. And then category 2 is going to be specifically when you're just removing individual media components but preserving the wrap for other media components. So just keep in mind that you're never going to have a situation where you're filling out both category 1 and category 2. Only one of the categories is going to apply to your submission. The next section that has been updated is section B, the fee section. So there's going to be a single termination or removal of media component fee per media. So soil, groundwater, and indoor air all have one fee. Just keep in mind, like for groundwater, there isn't like an M&A or an active fee anymore. It's just a singular fee per media. Next slide, please. All right, so for section E, I just quickly wanted to highlight that we've expanded the list of attached documents that you're going to need to provide with your termination form. And that's just because the termination form, it's replacing the previous soil and groundwater termination forms, which were separate forms, right? So all media are combined onto this one form. There's more potential documents that you need to submit. So before you submit this form for the first time, just make sure to take a detailed read over this section. Make sure you're providing all the additional documents that you need to. Next slide, please. So section F is the FA section of the form, and this section has been expanded a little bit. Keep in mind that you can now this section of the form is now going to accommodate like FA releases and FA reductions. Just be aware that really you're only going to be doing FA reductions when you're removing a media component. That's not something you would typically do outside of removing a media component from a permit. You can go to the next slide, and I'm going to pass it over to Rich for the rest of the presentation.
Thanks, Al. So Section G and the remaining sections of the application, the primary change is dividing this up into the different sections so that they can apply to the various media. So Section G deals with 3 different cases that you may have at your site dealing with the potential for vapor intrusion, where you could have some exposure to some receptors under certain conditions. And the purpose of this form is to fill out and answer these questions and give supporting documentation that shows that these conditions no longer exist at your site. A lot of these questions are similar to what was on the prior termination application. The question about POETs was moved to new section I, which is the groundwater sampling information. We're not going to talk about that section of the form. All the questions in that section are all the same as the prior application. Next slide. Section J deals with indoor air sampling information. You can see the color coded for the media. And basically, it's questions to show that you no longer need vapor mitigation systems. So if you're going to terminate your permit, that means you don't have that condition anymore. You don't need those systems. So these questions really revolve around, do you have the data to support that the systems are no longer needed? Next slide.
Great, we have another test your knowledge poll question. For an existing wrap with all 3 media components, which category is filled out to remove IA and groundwater media components? A, Category 1, wrap termination. B, Category 2, removal of media component. Give you about a minute to answer. You should see poll pop up. Want to give a friendly reminder to keep a lookout for any listservs informing you of upcoming trainings. Okay, it's been about a minute. So the answer is Category 2, removal of a media component. Back to you, Rich.
That's it for our session.
Oh, great. Thank you so much, Al and Rich. Next up, we're going to have Don presenting regarding GIS changes and submittals. And there he is. Take it away.
Hi, I'm Don Kramer. I'm the Section Chief, Bureau of Information Systems. I'm in charge of the GIS and the electronic data groups. Next slide, please. This presentation will cover 3 new vapor intrusion GIS compatible map requirements. The main one is the IANA, which everybody has been talking about. The other 2, IVIP and LTM, are RAO notice requirements that were discussed in the November training, but are included just to enhance all of the VI GIS compatible maps that we are requiring. All GIS compatible maps must be produced in conformance with the guidance that is found on our webpage. That would be the CSRR GIS webpage. And next slide. Here is a picture of that webpage. Our guidance document is on the main screen. It is the administrative requirements for GIS deliverables. It's circled here. Clicking on this link will give you all of the requirements that are for all 11 of our GIS deliverables. Slide, please. We also have, for each individual deliverable, we have detailed instructions that support the requirements in the administrative requirements for GIS deliverables document. These go into a little bit more detail and may help someone preparing the GIS deliverable. This is in the GIS documents link off to the side. Next slide, please. Also available for all of the shapefile deliverables, we have templates, which are blank shapefiles already formatted with all of the DEP required schema. They just need to download this file, import it into the GIS software that you want to use, and then you can start digitizing the GIS deliverable, and it should have the format as we require it, outlined in our guidance documents. Next slide, please. So we'll go into the requirements for the IANA GIS compatible map. These requirements are very similar to the CEA requirements and all the other deliverables that you or your preparer already is complying with at this time. Only slight differences. There's schema changes for every one of these deliverables. That's it's basically what data we're having them attached to the shape that they're submitting to us. The schema here is basically supports the deliverable through the IANA fact sheet. As previously noted by everybody else who has mentioned GIS shapes, we require a single shape for every building that is included in the IANA. And the GIS submittal for IANAs is done through email. Email we drafted, sent to our SRP GIS _IANA at dep.nj.gov email folder. Attached to the email, submit the GIS deliverable, which is the shapefile or the CAD file that you submit with the polygons. Also have to attach a PDF map that identifies all the IANA buildings that are within this IANA, and also include the GIS ID so that we can identify which GIS ID goes with the correct building. Also, the GIS metadata is included in the email body, and it is submitted to us contemporaneously with the IANA fact sheet. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Don. Okay, so now we have a test your knowledge question. I will say there's a correction in the poll that's going to pop up, but the question is, a separate GIS shape should be submitted for each building included in the IANA. A for true, B for false. Again, the pop-up says a separate GIS shapefile, but that's incorrect. The question is, a separate GIS shape should be submitted for each building included in the IANA. Again, A for true, B for false. Be about a minute. Okay, it's been about a minute. Answer is, next slide, please. A, true. Thank you. Take it away, Don.
And the reason why that was changed is that a shape file is the entire submittal, and the shape would be the polygon that is within the shape file. So it's semantics, but we just wanted to make sure we didn't confuse anybody. So here's the example that Jessica previously talked about. In the previous presentation, there's the building information within the IANA fact sheet. If you remember, this building had it was a multi-tenant strip mall with 5 units, so that here you see the first 5 lines are identified as unit 1 through 5. The GIS ID for those 5 are GIS ID 1. The last line is the residence at 125 Main Street, has a different GIS ID, GIS ID 2, so that we are going to submit 2 shapes for this. Next slide, please. This is a mock-up of the GIS deliverable. See the light blue outline showing unit 1 through 5. The 2 polygons there, the first building is the multi-tenant strip mall. In here it's referred to as building 1. The next shape at the bottom is building 2. The strip mall consists of 5 units, but only 1 polygon has been drawn. If you see at the bottom of the screen is what we call an attribute table. That is the information that is attached to each one of those polygons. So the first line there is GIS ID 1, and you see across is a unit. We have concatenated the unit to unit 1 through 5. So that's how you would represent the 5 lines in the IANA fact sheet into 1 line in the GIS deliverable. You would just concatenate the information that needs to be concatenated to make sense. If it was 2 addresses, you would do 1 through 23 through 25, what have you. But the main thing is that the shapes link the IANA fact sheet to the GIS deliverable, and this is linked on that GIS ID. So those numbers have to be the same. And the attribute table shown on the bottom there needs to support the fact sheet receptor table that is in the IANA fact sheet. Next slide, please. Here's an example of the GIS deliverable for an IANA done through an email. The correct address at top. The 2 attachments there are the GIS deliverable shapefile. The shapefile, not for you to go into too much detail, but the shapefile actually consists of 4 different files, each having different extensions, .prj, shp, shx, and .dbf. Then you have the same root name, and when we bring them into GIS, they come in as 1 shape. Each one of those files stores information about the deliverable. The other attachment would be the IANA PDF map, and the metadata that supports it is put below in the body of the email. Next slide, please. It's just a quick run through of what we talked about in November about the IVIP and LTM requirements. These are RAO notice GIS deliverables. The schema is slightly different. Your preparer can deal with those. But as the IANA, a single shape needs to be submitted for every building that is included in the notice. The difference between the 2 is the GIS submittal needs to be presented or submitted to us as part of the online service, the RAO online service, so that the GIS deliverable, either a shapefile or CAD files, the GIS metadata file, and the PDF map of the buildings have to be zipped up first and attached during the online service process. Next slide, please. Here's just an example of what a GIS deliverable for IDIP or LTM would look like. I'm not going to go into any more details of that. Next slide, please. These are screenshots from the RAO service. This one is screen 10, the RAO details notice selection. And down near the bottom, there are two of the inserts are the IVIP or LTM insert. And if you pick yes, it will add those inserts into the RAO. Next slide, please. More importantly, it will add it will add another line in screen 13, which is the RAO upload screen. So it will add either the IVIP or LTM GIS map in between the affidavit and the signed RAO. And you would attach the file at this location, and that is how this will be submitted. So RAO notices, GIS deliverables are attached as part of the RAO upload on the service process. Next slide, please. So takeaway tips. Just at a high level, the guidance document that we have outlines all of our requirements. It's on our webpage. Polygon shape must be submitted for every building of concern, and the shapes should be the entire building. The last point there is we have an email address for you to contact us for whatever you need. So please email us at srpgis@depnj.gov, and we will respond to you as soon as possible. Next slide, please. That's
it. All right, thank you, Don. We're going to move into our next Q&A segment. So I'm going to open up questions from after lunch. So any of the presenters after lunch, be prepared. Ooh, miss. Okay, I'm going to hop around a little bit. So the first question is, please confirm that a change in RP's contact information, including address and representative name change, is now RAP administrative change and RAP modification application is no longer required.
So if you're only changing the contact information, that's actually a contact information change form. So it's neither the modification or the administrative change. I think that was the question. I think that was the answer.
Yeah, if it's just a change in contact information, it's neither the RAP administrative change form or the RAP modification. It's the
contact information change, which is free, right? That one is free of charge.
Okay, great. All right, next question. What documentation is required when an entity has been dissolved? That might be for you too, Nicole.
So usually when an entity is dissolved, you'll get something from Treasury. Usually it comes from Treasury. It's a certificate of dissolution is typically what we see. At least in New Jersey, other states do slightly different things, but typically it's a certificate of dissolution.
Cool.
We have instructions on how to do that in the soil permit guidance document and the groundwater permit guidance document.
All right, good tip. Okay. Next question I think is for Julian. Is there a requirement to combine existing RAPs using the admin combine RAPs form?
No, this is not required, but if you do have applications that have already been submitted or existing RAPs that you would like to combine, this is the form to use.
Yeah, I'm here just to reiterate that because that seems to be something that people are confused about. You do not have to combine them. You can keep your permits separate the way they have been, and you can continue to do that. the advantages are that you put your bi-certs on the same schedule. So that is an advantage to you. And as I said before, there are other advantages of combining for administrative changes, but you do not have to do it.
Okay, that's funny. You should go into the next question. So I think you just answered it, but I'm going to read it anyway. Are the bi-cert dates for different wraps consolidated into one when the wraps? Oh wait, there was a question about the next bi-cert date.
Yes, we put the bi-cert, when we combine them, we go to the nearest date, and then they'll both be on the same schedule from that point further.
Okay, cool. Oh, yeah, I found it. Are the bi-cert days? Okay, I found it. So I'm going to mark that as answered. All right, the next question I'll read is, since a vapor intrusion long-term... Yep.
Jillian?
Yep. This question reads, if a deed notice includes an area that shouldn't have been included, such as a public sidewalk, and a revised deed notice is prepared and submitted, would that be an administrative change to the RAP, or does that warrant RAP termination, RAP technical modification application? Not sure who that would be for.
Yeah, any changes to the D notice and refiling of a new one would be a technical modification application.
Okay. Anything to add, Robert? I saw you pop up too.
No, no.
Okay. All right. All right, next question. In section F of the technical mod form, it asks for a hard and an electronic copy of the cover letter. If the form is being emailed to the SRP email address with an electronic version of the letter, am I just mailing a copy of just the cover letter?
Can you repeat that one more time?
Yeah. In section F of the technical mod form, it asks for a hard copy and an electronic copy of the cover letter. If the form is being emailed to the SRP email address with an electronic version of the letter, do I still have to mail a hard copy?
You do not have to do hard copies. That must have just been a holdover. We recently made that change to preferring the electronic. You do not have to submit a hard copy of any of these forms.
Okay. So the next question I'll ask out loud is, what is a submission where we would make the admin changes prior to submitting RAP mod requests?
Something like a change to like permittee information or...
It says, what is a submission? Sorry,
anything administrative.
Our forms kind of help in that direction because we will ask for the date that your application, your change application, your administrative changes application was submitted, if that was needed to be submitted prior to the mod application. So if you have a change to a permittee, if the property was sold, for example, and you're submitting that change, that should come before a technical mod to make sure that the new permittees are on your technical modification application.
Okay. All right, great. Let me see if we have any other. So I'm just so the audience knows, I am skipping asking some questions out loud if they're too long or if they're too site specific or if we don't have the right people to answer your question right now, but those questions will be answered at a later date. And we have until 2:10. Okay, the next question is, what would be the benefits and risks associated with removing a PRCR from a soil RAP for historic fill AOC only if the property owner is different from the PRCR?
If the property owner is different than the PRCR, then the PRCR would come off that portion of the permit. So if your only area of concern was historic fill and that is being addressed by a permit 4, then only the property owner needs to be on the permit. And if you meet the requirements for that permit 4, you either did your sampling or you've determined that there are no other co-located areas of concern in the historic fill, then your advantage would be that the property owner is the only one on the permit and the PRCR can come off the permit. So that in itself is the advantage.
Okay. Okay, I do have another question about the dissolution stuff. So is the PRCR expected to obtain the certificate of dissolution from Treasury and provide it with the RAP mod?
Yes. Easy. They need to provide it, or we will ask for it and your application will be delayed until you get it.
Okay.
Unless you're providing a, that's for dissolution of a company. There are other documents that are needed for other situations.
Okay. All right, next question is, can you provide some context for the intention of the focused permit for supplemental certification for RAP administrative change application? Is it essentially used when a different entity is responsible for permit compliance?
The supplemental certification for permit type 4 is merely for you to certify that the conditions that are necessary for permit 4 have been made and that those conditions apply. Your permit had already been issued. Now you want to remove the PRCR from the permit. That supplemental certification is just providing certification that those conditions do exist and are appropriate for your case so that that permit can be processed through BCAN.
Okay, great. Another question came in. If you combine RAPs, is there a way to separate them in the future? For example, if different LSRPs take the lead for different media, or is the change permanent?
No, we don't want to continue to change things back and forth. More work for the staff. That means less time actually looking at all your other permits and issuing them. So we want to think about what you're doing before you do it. We don't want to go back and forth every year when you decide to change stuff. But if there is a need for a change, then of course the change will be made.
Okay. So we'll start a 10-minute break. I'll say we come back at 2:15. All right.
That's good.
Hey folks, it's 2:15, so we're going to get back into this. Since Don Kramer had some audio issues before, we got him back in now. So I'm going to go back and ask a couple of GIS questions that were addressed to Don before we jump into Kathy's segment. So Don, the first question we have is, do GIS shapefiles need some kind of licensed surveyor certification or other official documentation?
You don't need a licensed surveyor or a special certification, but you must comply with the DEP's spatial accuracy requirements that are set out by the department.
All right, cool, great, thank you, Don. Next question for you. Would each building in an IANA need to be on its own layer if submitting the information as a CAD file?
No, you would have to have those in one GIS deliverable, one CAD file, and each of them would be identified as an IANA boundary to identify it as an IANA shape, and you would have to include the GIS ID for us to identify it.
Okay, great. Next question for you, Don. Since a vapor intrusion long-term monitoring, LTM, may not involve an IANA or a RAP, when would that GIS shapefile need to be prepared?
So the LTM is submitted as part of the RAO notice. It is attached when the notice is submitted as part of the service. If for some reason it is not or cannot be submitted at that time, then you could submit it to our general email with just the subject line of LTM submittal, and we would process it.
Again, it was added to this presentation not to add confusion that it is part of the IANA process in any way, shape, or form, but just that they were notices that also apply to exceedances of indoor air.
All right, thank you both for that. Next question, has the GIS guidance of the IANA been published?
It is sitting on my desk, ready to be posted. So it should be out by the end of the week. The webmaster was getting inundated with requests, and other form-related issues, and we thought the GIS could wait a day or two before it was published.
Okay, great. Something to look forward to. Next question. For IANA, if two buildings share the same foundation, do two GIS shapefiles have to be submitted?
No, if there are two buildings, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, so it was...
If for an IANA, if two buildings share the same foundation, do two...
Right, so the one building and two buildings sharing the same foundation, they would have to be submitted as one shapefile. In the way we look at it, the building footprint, the foundation, designates what a building would be. And for one foundation, one shapefile for that. And they should all be included into one deliverable.
Jess or Zach, do you have anything to add? I see you both popped up. Okay, you just agree. All right, and then last question for you, Don, before we move on to the Kathy section. The metadata is usually in the body of the email. What format would be sufficient for the RAO upload?
So we have an RAO, I'm sorry, a metadata text file that is on our webpage. And you would just go download that text file and fill out the information and attach it to the zip file and include it with the RAO deliverable, the CAD or the shapefile, and submit it to us as part of the RAO attachments.
All right, great. Feel free to mute yourself, Don, but that's all from Don Kramer. Thank you so much, Don. We're going to move on now to Kathy Stetzer's section to take us home. She's going to walk us through a little case study. So Kathy, if you're here, welcome.
All right. I'm Kathy Stetzer. I'm an LSRP and a geologist with GEI Consultants. I sit on the RAP committee representing LSRPA along with Karen and Mark. I also sit on the state licensing board, so it's important for me to say I'm here representing myself. Opinions are mine, not those necessarily of my fellow board members. I also know I'm the only thing standing between you and whatever drink you're planning on having after the end of this long day. So mine's about 20 minutes, and it's going to be different than what you've already seen. We're going up a high level. I'm going to take a smallish case from beginning to end and show you where the forms come in. I think it'll make a lot more sense to you. It's been a lot of material. I get it. I've been immersed in this, and I'm only like a chapter ahead of you guys in knowing what's going on. But the forms are really mostly the same of what you're used to, except for the IANA. That's new. They're just kind of shushed around a little differently. So I hope this helps you see that. DEP, if I say something wrong, I don't mind. Please jump in. I'm still learning too. I don't mind being interrupted. Next slide, please. So anybody who took the eco training a little while ago, this is my fake site. It's really a CDS in the town I grew up in. Pink is the site, orange is commercial, blue is residential. It used to be something different a long time ago. Most recently, it was a dry cleaner. It's in a mixed-use neighborhood. My client, the new owner, is going to use it for storage and parking. And there are some existing monitoring wells present on site from historical activities, which we sampled as part of due diligence. Next slide. There's an existing deed notice for the PAHs. It's an asphalt parking lot and driveway and the building foundation. Next slide. So the first thing we're going to need to do, we've come in, we've bought the site, and the client is going to assume all environmental liability. So we need to administratively change the ownership of the RAP. So we're going to use the remedial action, what is it called? Remedial action permanent administrative changes application. It's a lot of words, but it's easy form. I think they already talked to you about it before. You're just going to check it. You're going to pay your money. If you have questions, just call the BCANE duty officer, and they'll talk you through it. They're going to be really helpful with us in the beginning because they know it's new and confusing. So use that to the best of your advantage. If you've got questions, make sure you're just calling. So now we've transferred, or we've administratively changed the deed notice for who's the owner of the property. Next slide. All right, here's the bad news. During due diligence, we were like, yeah, well, it's a dry cleaner now. We should probably sample these old wells that were for something else. And there's PCE. Not a surprise. The groundwater standard for PCE is 0.4. Groundwater screening level for vapor intrusion is 36. So you can see we've got 4 wells on site that exceed the groundwater screening level for the vapor intrusion, and almost all of them exceed the 0.4 ppb for PCE. So we're going to have to do the vapor intrusion investigation. We're going to have to do delineation for groundwater, and we're going to have to sample for soil to find out where these source areas are. We know we have a drain inside the building where the 1200 is. We know we have storage outside where the 255 is. So the CSMs make sense. We'll be out more work to do. Next slide. So vapor intrusion is the first thing we're going to handle. It's certainly the most urgent in terms of receptors and has the shortest time frames for things we need to do. Next slide. So the first thing we're going to do is contour the groundwater data we currently have. The dashed line is where the 36 approximate ISO contour is. The green line is 100 feet from that. So everything within that radius, we're going to have to do our VI investigation. Next slide. All of these properties fell within the green line. So we're going to sample all of them as necessary for vapor intrusion. Next slide. And we have 2 VCs, one in the building, which isn't a surprise, it was really high, and one at a neighboring residence. So no forms yet. You know, we're submitting the VC form, but we're not submitting any RAP forms, none of the new forms yet. We're just doing our work. So far, this has only been one new form we had to fill out. Next slide. Okay, we have to do our step outs. So there's 100 feet from each of the places where we have the VCs. Those 4 purple buildings are the only new ones, so we sample those and everything's fine. So now we have these 2 VCs and we're moving on to the next steps. Next slide. So this is where the IANA, where we need to start thinking about what's the process. When does it happen? I know they explained it to you like 100 hours ago when we first started. So next slide. I'm going to go into a little more detail just as a reminder because I needed it when I was putting this together. So we delineated in accordance with the VIG. We reported our VC. We submitted a vapor intrusion mitigation plan to put subslab systems in both of those buildings. We mitigate our VC. We confirm it's effective with the appropriate rounds and data as in accordance with the VIG. Okay, now we're going to submit our VI mitigation response action report to our case manager. That case manager is going to give us approval of that response action report. That is when your clock starts ticking for your IANA. So within the window, which we'll talk about in a second, so after you get that response back saying, yep, your VC mitigation is a report, at any time after that, you can start working on your IANA, going through all those steps that they went through earlier today. You're going to have a lot of those same figures and data already from your mitigation plan. So it sounded like you had to compile a lot of stuff when they were going over it earlier, but you probably already have almost all of it from that report. So that should help ease your mind a little bit. When you decide it's time you want to get your IANA, you're going to give that back to your case manager. They're going to review it and approve it because they're the one that knows the most about your site. So you still have them through the IANA. And then once they approve that IANA, and there could be some back and forth in the beginning, we're all going to be learning and they're going to be helping us. After they say your IANA is approved, it is established. I don't think they say approved. They say established. That's when you can submit your RAP. So the IANA gets submitted in between mitigation report approval, I'll get my hand in the screen, and submission of your RAP. That could be 2 minutes. That could be 10 years. I don't know, like whatever it takes to get to the RAP part. So this is all stuff you know how to do. And then there's that new piece that you stick in to get that IANA after your vapor mitigation report approval. Hopefully that makes sense. Next slide. So when do I want my IANA? You've got some options, you've got some flexibility, and your specific circumstance may decide what you're going to do. If you get your RAP right now, so you get your IANA, you get your RAP right now, right away, your case manager's gone. For people that don't like have people minding their business, you might love that. For people that like to get help, you might want to keep your case manager. Something to think about. No more annual submissions because you have biennial with your RAP. And no direct billing fees, whatever that is for them to review your stuff. You're going to have your permit fee. You can figure out what the cost difference might be. Maybe it's a cost issue. But there's some things to think about now or later. Later, you still have somebody to talk to. You might be able to clean up your site before you ever need to get the RAP. I like that one. Like, if I can clean up groundwater, then my indoor air is going to be clean, and then I'm not going to need this. So if I've got the time to do that, I might just wait, because that's one less thing I have to get. But if you think you're going to have vapor intrusion for the next 40 years, well, then that doesn't really matter. Also, it's nice if you're getting individual RAPs, which this case will show, you can tie everything all together at the end and then have one permit. You can tie them together now and add them on. There's a lot of flexibility. Once this makes more sense to you, because I know you're like, oh my gosh, my brain's exploding, Kathy, I don't know what's happening. Once you sit down and really think about it, it's going to make more sense, and you're going to think about what makes the most sense for your site, and you're going to have some flexibility, which I like. Again, reminding you, IANA needs to be established between approval of mitigation report and submission of your RAP application. For this site, we're going to wait and combine them all at the end because it just worked better, and that's what I decided to do. Soil is next. That'll be easy. Next slide. So what we're going to do, when we get to the next slide, it will say it, that we're going to delineate our soil. We find exceedances of PC at the drain in the storage area, shocker, and we're going to submit our RAR and a RAW for excavation as the remedy. Basic dig and haul. I mean, we'd have to cut through the floor of the building, but whatever, that's fine. Remember, when you're digging through a cap, this is just a reminder, doesn't really have anything to do with this class, but if you're going to disrupt your cap for more than 60 days, there is a notification. Our excavation is going to be less than 60 days, so we're not doing it for this case study. We're going to excavate to clean, including migration to groundwater. So I can RAOA 2 soil-only AOCs with unrestricted use. Groundwater's still dirty, but I can RAO those soil AOCs and get some of the fees off, or make somebody happy, whatever it is you need to do. Remember that with this cap disruption, your cap's still in place, you've put it back. You need to notify and explain that in your next buy cert. If you haven't done the cap disruption notification, then you're going to talk about it in your next buy cert. Next slide. So we didn't have to do any forms for groundwater. I mean, for soil. We're done soil, we did a dig and haul, we're moving on. So now we have to figure out groundwater. Probably we're doing all this at once, but it was easier to talk about it separately. Next slide. Reminder, this is what we had. Next slide. This is busy. The data doesn't matter so much. Orange is the vertical delineation wells. Yellow is orange is the horizontal delineation wells. Yellow is the vertical delineation wells. You can see we've managed to get horizontal delineation, and vertical we have a really good gradient established, so I can go ahead and submit my RAR or IR and establish our CEA. We're going to do M&A monitoring. Our source has been removed. There's no reason to believe we're not going to have M&A. So I haven't filled out any forms yet, and I'm going to sample, next slide, for 2 years. After 2 years of M&A monitoring, this is what we've got. Horizontal still clean. Vertical is now clean. And the on-site contamination remaining is much lower than it used to be. So we're ready to go ahead and submit a RAP for M&A. Next slide. Next slide. Okay. So this is the first form we've done in years for this site. I mean, first RAP form. You had other ones. So we're going to use a supplemental certification. And you might be going, but wait, Kath, why can't I use a focused? Because my groundwater is all on site. I meet those conditions. But we have VI associated with this plume, so we can't use the focused because of the VI. But we can use a supplemental, which is the copy of the form on this slide. It's really busy. I really only put it there to show you that the bottom section of that slide talks about all the conditions you have to meet to be able to use the supplemental, and we meet all of them. It's not any of those things. So we're going to use a supplemental. It's not as fast as the focused, but it's way faster, in theory, than the initial RAP application. So that's what we'll use for this. Once we get that RAP, I can issue a limited restricted use REO for M&A. And then we're good with groundwater. Next slide. So now we've got some combining to consider. Next slide. So we have two separate permits for soil and groundwater, and we still have this vapor thing that needs to be added. This media component needs to be added. And we want to put them all together. Next slide. So here's reasons why you might want to combine. And I like this because, again, this gives us flexibility to use what works for our clients, what works for our sites, what makes financial sense. If you combine all your permits together, your buy certs are on the same schedule, so you don't forget. How many times you're like, oh my gosh, somebody's got to go look at that cap next week because this one fell off my radar. This is going to make it way easier if you have them all on the same schedule. If the property sells in the future, it's only one permit transfer. It's only one form for all the administrative changes. So I kind of like that. It's like, one permit to rule them all, and you're not filling out the same form for different media every time something changes, like a lot and block changes. So I like that. Reasons why you might not want to combine, maybe there's contractual or business deal reasons to keep them separate. If you have different LSRPs doing the O&M, maybe one LSRP was working on the groundwater and another LSRP was working on soil, and they want to keep it that way. You're not going to combine them because it's all the same. If you have different PRCRs or co-permittees, you can't combine them. It's got to stay separate. And that happens sometimes. Sometimes one RP has soil, one RP has something else. But there's a lot of reasons to combine. And the next slide is going to show you why it's really cool. Next slide. This is one of my favorite slides because I didn't know I could do all of this on one form at one time. I can combine my two permits and add my vapor media all on the same form in the same submission, which blew my mind because I didn't think that was possible. Maybe I'm just really tired of RAPs, but I thought this was good. So we've got our established IANA, and we're going to use this form to put them all together. You can see the arrow pointing. The only thing in the beginning we're going to check is that Category 2, new media component, indoor air. That's what we're adding. But in Section A, if you look halfway down there, it asks, RAP activity number. Only provide when requesting to combine. We're going to put both our RAP numbers, one for the soil, one for the groundwater, on that line. And magically, when we get it back, it's all going to be one permit. And we only had to submit one form, and we did 3 things. So that made me happy. And we need to grab every little bit of happiness we can find, people. Next slide. A couple years later, maybe we're ready to terminate something. Next slide. So we keep doing our O&M for the system, for our cap, monitoring groundwater as necessary in accordance with our permits. Probably indoor air is going to get clean first because that's 36 and the other standard's 0.4. So you need 2 rounds minimum, the indoor air and the soil gas. Here's Zach. He's popping in to tell me I'm saying something wrong. Go ahead, Zach. Or you're just prepared for me to say something wrong?
No. The groundwater can be cleaned up beneath the groundwater screening level. And that's important because you need to remediate your site. But the IANA is based off of the soil gas screening level.
Right. And that was right, absolutely. So my point was just for this scenario, you're likely to have vapor clean before you have groundwater clean, just because the numbers are different. So when you're vapor, you're doing your soil gas sampling and it's clean, and then you turn off your system and the indoor air is clean, and you do that twice in accordance with your permit and the VIG, you can ask for a termination of your indoor air component. I got that right, Zach? He went away. He probably should have stayed.
Yeah, I agree.
Yes. And then eventually groundwater is going to get below standards. Now maybe you wait and you only do it once because you're going to get there soon, or maybe you want to use the building for something. Here's more flexibility for what works for you and your client. So when the groundwater is below standards, you can terminate your CEA and the groundwater wrap can be terminated. You're going to keep your soil wrap unless you want to go clean up all those PAHs, which nobody does. And that'll just continue. Remember, if you're removing a system, you want to reduce your FA because it'll be cheaper. So always remember, when you're removing things, do you need to make your FA cheaper? Now, obviously, if you're adding things, you got to remember to make it more, but don't forget to keep dropping it down at the end. Zach, is there anything else you want to say? Because this is the new thing, and I want to make sure we're getting it all in.
I'm happy.
He's happy. Wow. That is high praise. Next slide. So you're going to keep your soil wrap, remove groundwater and VI. And remember that when you're terminating your wrap, you need to provide a lot of backup. They talked about it a lot today. And you're going to include supporting figures and data and any narrative that's necessary so that when they receive it, they can say, yeah, they're done, and then they can terminate it. And you would use category 2, removal of media component. And this was a question earlier. Because you're keeping a wrap. You still have the wrap because you got soil. So you're going to use category 2 just to lift those 2 media components, and then the other one just continues on. Again, I like it that it's all on one page. It's one submission. And I think that's it. Next slide. Yes,
Yeah,
Jillian, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thanks, Kathy. That was great.
You're welcome.
All right, so I saw one question that I do want to ask for clarification between, I don't know, I'm just going to ask it out loud. So, where'd it go though?
There's Jess. Jess knows all the answers.
Yeah, I know. I already sent it to her. Someone was confused about maybe something Kathy said and something we said before. So the question earlier was, just to confirm, moving forward, VI will be tracked on a biennial basis under the VI wrap by-cert schedule, as opposed to the previous paradigm where VI reporting was generally on an annual basis via the AMM reports.
So I just wanted to make sure to clarify this correctly, that annual monitoring and maintenance reports are required for IECs until they get the indoor air wrap. Once you're under the indoor air wrap or the indoor air component of a wrap, annual monitoring and maintenance is still required, making sure that you're still filling out the VI MMM every year. And then you submit those results and any forms that you needed for that annual monitoring and maintenance biennially. So you are on the by-cert schedule under the wrap. You're only submitting every 2 years, but you should still be doing your monitoring and maintenance every year and keeping track. You should be submitting 2 with each by-cert.
And that will generally be written into the permit.
Yes, that will be written into the permit.
Okay. Thank you, guys. So at this point, I'm going to go back to some older questions that we didn't have some time for before. So I'm not sure who these will be for, but does combining wraps trigger a full wrap technical re-review by DEP, or is it administrative review only?
It is not a full review. We are just making sure that the conditions to combine are applicable. You have it's the same property. It's you have the same LSRP. Things like that, we will be checking and confirming that they are okay, that there's nothing else outstanding on the permit. If you needed to submit a property transfer information, that you had that done, and then we can combine them. And all fees are paid.
And I just wanted to add, if you're combining anything that has a pending wrap, that is on the same schedule that it was on. There's no expediting because you're combining your permits. If it's pending, it stays in the regular line and it will be combined when that permit is ready.
Okay, thank you both. All right, next question. If you discover a vapor concern unrelated to your site's contaminants, are you required to submit an IANA for those properties?
If you're not required, so I'll come back and jump on. You are not required to address that concern. You're not required to submit the IANA. That is for once you have determined that it's the contaminations from an offsite source, and you have called in your second number confirming that it is a verified unknown source. You have no longer the requirements to address those.
Anything to add, Jess or Zach? No. Okay, great. All right, next question. If it is one combined permit with all three media, will the application fee be more than a single media application? Same question for annual RAP fees.
Yes, the fees are combined. So if you have a permit that has a soil, groundwater, and indoor air, you're going to be paying the initial application for the medias. You will be providing the additional information for the BICERTs. So all of that requires us to review all the additional information. So yes, all the fees do apply.
Okay, great. All right, next question. Is IANA public notification required to all tenants in a strip mall independent of notification to the property owner? If 5 tenants are subject to the mitigation system, are the other 35 tenants to be notified?
Yes, everyone that is included in the IANA, meaning if it's in part of the building, the entire building should be notified. That is part of the purpose of the IANA, is to ensure that everyone is aware, if they are part of that building, that, you know, there is this condition present. It might not be affecting them, and that's why we have it broken down into those different units on the IANA building information. So you're able to see on the GIS layer that some units may not be impacted or have been evaluated and might not have needed to be sampled.
Great, thank you, Jess. And folks, if you have more questions for any of our presenters, please continue to put them in the questions box. And you know, as time allows, we'll ask them if they're appropriate to ask out loud. So next question is there a specific DEP person or persons we can contact to aid in navigating the IANA needs?
If you have a case manager, so if you have an IEC or a VC currently, you might have a ICU case manager, and you can contact them if you have questions for your IANA. If you are in BCM and you have a case manager, then I would recommend contacting your BCM case manager for any questions on any submittals, but especially with the IANAs. And if you are in a RAP, if you have included your mitigation system in a groundwater or soil RAP up to this point, you are welcome to contact the BRAP duty officer or whoever the permit writer was for your permit. It's usually at the bottom of your permit. You can contact them for questions about how to, move that into an indoor air RAP.
All right, cool. All right, next question. Do you get a written approval for IANAs the same way you do for CEAs?
I assume they will be processed similarly to CEAs. It's not an approval, but they will be established, and you should get some type of confirmation.
Not sure if we've worked that part completely out, so we will see how it works. We are working on this together. It is still a Mike's here. Mike will correct me now. But it is still a work in progress here. So we are working through some of the issues that are developing, and we will continue to revise our changes. So continue, if you have any questions that come up, please contact your RAP, the RAP duty officer number, so we can address them as we can. Go ahead, Mike.
I was just going to say, if it's with a RAP application, once we issue the RAP, obviously the IANA will be established as part of the RAP. So at our stage, it'll be documented when we issue the RAP.
All right, great. Thank you, everyone, for that. Next question. If RAP applications have to be submitted via email, file size may be too large for complex sites. Why not submitting through a portal like major phase documents?
Ooh, we have big plans for the portal. That is coming
That's
in
right.
the future. We are hoping to get that set up as soon as possible, but it looks like it's going to take us a little bit of time. If you're worried about file size, I know that a lot of people use a link in an email.
Dropbox.
The Dropbox, correct. So that should save you the file size issue.
Cool. All right.
And VIS can always be contacted for those types of issues if you're having trouble submitting them.
Okay, great. The next question is regarding FA. I don't know if Vincent is still here or if anybody else can answer it, but I will ask it. So was small business exemption removed from financial assurance?
No. Sorry, Vincent, I'm going to take this one. The small business exemption was expanded. It was not removed. It was, you still, prior to this rule amendment, a small business only was exempt from filing FA if they still were at the site. The exemption changed to allow that whether they are at the site or moved to a new location, they are still a small business, then they still get the exemption. Sorry if I didn't make that clear during my presentation.
Okay, great. This I feel like we've already answered. I'm gonna skip that. Okay, I don't know which form this is about, unfortunately. It's around 1119 that who would have been presenting at that time. 1119 would have been Crystal and Mark. Okay, so I guess this is about the new initial media component application. Is Mark here? Okay, Linda
I'm
can
here.
answer it. Okay.
Jess is here, Mike's here, we got this.
How do you complete section I, question 19, which I don't know what that is, without looking at it, if a groundwater investigation was not triggered and the LSRP does not have any groundwater data?
So our whole concept on the initial application is we have questions that are in the soil section. You're filling that out if you have a soil, if you're applying for a soil permit, if you're applying for groundwater, you answer the groundwater. If you don't have any groundwater exceedances, you skip that section.
Okay. Mark that as answered. Okay, next question. For a site that may not have a groundwater RAP yet, but already has a vapor mitigation system, is there a requirement to submit an initial RAP for the indoor air once we submit the IANA?
The requirement is the other way. When you want to submit your RAP application, you have to have your IANA established, but you do not have to submit for the indoor air application as soon as the IANA is established. If you choose to stay with your IEC case, with your IEC case manager, that is your choice, but to get the contamination closed and addressed, you need the permit so you can issue the RAO, so you can reduce your fees and get out of this, that part of the process. Then you need to get the permit. But you can wait if you want to, and I believe Kathy went over this in her presentation, you can wait and not apply for the permit for the indoor air component right away.
Okay, great. Okay, we still have like over 20 minutes, so I'm gonna keep going. Next question we have is, must all attachments be submitted to the copied entities when submitting a BICERT?
Yes, it's a copy of the completed form. So anything that you're sending to the local and county clerks, it should be everything that you're sending to us.
Okay, great. Okay, next question. Is financial assurance required for active vapor mitigation systems for an IC or for a passive vapor concern? If so, what criteria to use for the cost estimate, since these would be indeterminate?
Just like the soil permits, it's operations for 30 years that you just keep on revising.
Okay. Next question. So for category 1, permit 5, can you elaborate on the no receptors scenario?
I can.
No, go ahead.
Okay.
For permit 5 is for groundwater contamination that remains on your site. You have a limited plume, and one of the criteria to help us evaluate that and process it quickly, which is the point of those 5 focus permits, is that we can expedite them, is that you don't have a receptor, so that you don't have an indoor air contamination that extends off-site. You don't have other plumes that are hitting other receptors, people, homes, schools, other buildings, or other types of receptors, because we want to make sure that we have a limited scope to review.
Yeah, that would include wellhead protection areas, anything indoor air, VI related, ESNERs, no receptors.
Trying to keep it as simple as possible so that way the review can be focused on just that issue, it's clear cut, and we can get the permit out.
Mm-hmm. Great, okay. All right, next question is, what is the primary purpose or reason for having focused permits?
So that was so that we can help expedite cases. We wanted to get the permits out. I think everybody wants the permits out as quickly as we can, and one method that we had for doing that was these focus permits. They've been called for the past few years prioritized permit types. They're now focus permit types. We put them in the rule to make sure that these options are there for you and that people can submit them and we can process them more quickly.
Okay, great. Next question I will ask. So this is about the admin change form, so I guess it's for Nicole. For section B of the admin change form, would that be adding or removing a permittee?
Right, so due to death or dissolution.
Next question is, okay, this came in late. So isn't there a 180-day time frame for the submission of the IANA? I'm not sure who that's for.
I'm gonna try this one again. The IANA is required, as I said in my presentation, it is required with the RIR, and it is required to be submitted with the RAR. It may be submitted with the source control or the 180-day report. It can also be submitted with your AMM reports, or you can just submit it. It is only required to be submitted with the RIR and the RAR. We are just trying to keep it consistent with what are the requirements for the CEAs. As I said, it is the process for the IANA, the regulatory requirements were based on what it was for the CEA, and we did our best to take out the word groundwater and put in the word indoor air, and that's kind of how we came up with this.
Okay, great. Next question. Are deed restrictions required for vapor mitigation systems?
Like a deed notice? I'm going to answer it as if it's a deed notice. No, you do not need a deed notice for a vapor mitigation system. You need an IANA. That is the institutional control that we use for exceedances of indoor air remediation standards.
Okay. And whoever asked that question, if you want to clarify, feel free to put that in the questions. Okay. Our next question is, I just want to confirm that we should use the current BICERT form from until now, I guess, until the new form is available.
Yes.
Okay.
Use what we have. If you need to do it today, use the two, the soil BICERT or the groundwater BICERT. Hopefully within the next few days, we will have the new BICERT form up. And again, once that's up and everything else is done, then we're going to add, we're going to go back and make all the forms fillable.
Okay, and once we do that, we'll probably have a listserv?
Yes.
Okay. Next question, will there be multiple permit reviewers for multimedia RAP applications?
And on how you submit the application to us and the workload that we have, but our goal, what has been our goal since my time in BRAP is that we give one permit writer the soil and the groundwater. So their review is more effective that way. Mike, what do you want to add?
Yep, no, confirming what Lynn said. Our goal is to keep it with one person and keep it moving and we cross-train our staff to be able to handle both media types as well as indoor air now. So that is the goal.
Okay, great. Next question. Do we have an expected turnaround time for establishing the IANA?
I think at this point, it depends on where it is and what the process is. Our goal is to address these as they come in, but it could be with your case manager. It could be with, it could be submitted to us, to BRAP. It depends where it's going. And our intent is to process them quickly so that you can move ahead with the permit and everything else. But we will find out how quickly it can be done.
Kathy.
Hey, I'm getting bombarded from with text saying your slides just contradicted what Lynn just said, so I want to clarify something.
Okay.
The IANA is absolutely due with the RAP. I mean, with the RAR. You said twice it's due with the RIR.
That's correct. It is due with both.
That's not what my slide. That's not what my slide's saying. That's not what we discussed. So I'm confused.
It's okay. It is due with the. We changed Karen's slides. I apologize for not changing your slides. It is also due with the RIR, and that is in. Hold on. That is in
726C 7.5. Yeah.
There you go. What Zach said is the requirement to submit with the RIR.
And what RIR? Because like in my scenario, we have an RIR for soil and we have an RIR for groundwater, and I submitted my reports to my case manager for my VC. What RI is this?
So if you are submitting information to your IEC case manager, or you have a case manager that you have in BEMSA, you submit their types of reports. They ask you for something, you will submit it to them. If you are not in that,
I'm just like traditional LSRP case. We're not talking about like direct oversight or whatever.
Well, anything that has an exceedance of the indoor air standards would have a case manager in BEMSA.
For that component.
For that component, correct.
And they're going to. So I'm sorry to the 500 people on this call, but my mind has just been blown. So I'm going through that process. When's the IANA happening when I'm going through that process? Because there's nothing called an RIR with vapor.
It will likely be more case specific if you have.
If we need to talk about this later, that's fine. Say, Kathy, oops, we need to talk about this later. But my slides are wrong if that's your answer. And I don't understand what an RIR is with vapor. And there's Mike.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think the intent of that is, right, a lot of times you're in the RI phase still, investigating everything, and right, so you're doing your receptor evaluation. Now you found that one of the receptors have been impacted. So that's why it was put in the rule as, you submit it with the RIR, which would have your remedial action that you did to remediate the receptor while you're still investigating. So that's the idea. But yeah, we'll make sure we clarify that with all the questions that we answer. But that's the intent, really, right? A lot of times you're during the RI stage for everything when you're doing this, and even though you are doing a remedial action to remediate the impact to the receptor.
So all that happy flexibility I just sold to this crowd is not.
No, you still have all the flexibility. You still can do it with your IEC case manager. You can submit it with your RIR report. It is the IANA itself is just saying that this building is impacted, and that you have a system in place to address the exceedances. And that's what the IANA is. And as soon as that has been established, that you know what your impacted areas are, and you would include that information in your RIR report. You would say in your RIR that your groundwater plume was delineated and it triggered investigation in these buildings, and you had indoor air exceedances, and you contacted the hotline, and you have everything included in your RIR saying that this is where I'm at. Where I'm at, this is the stage. And if you have not established your indoor air notification area, by that point, when with your IEC case manager, when you submit your RIR report, that you should be establishing just like you establish your CEA at that point, saying this is my extent of my contamination as of that point. You do the same thing with your indoor air notification area and say, this is my area that has contamination in the buildings that were above standards, and we have treatment systems. And you provide that information in your RIRs now. So that part isn't changing. We're just saying that at that point, you submit your indoor air notification area fact sheet form so that we can memorialize that, if it hasn't already been done, to memorialize that so that the public is aware of the condition in the building.
Yeah, right. The goal here is to get it established as soon as possible. And, when you have your IEC case manager, they'll let you know as soon as you can do it. Right. It's more protective once we have that institutional control mapped, right? And people are aware of the conditions out there. And, as soon as everything's been completed, right, and the systems are up and running for, at least a year, right, then that's when you're going to come in with your RER and RAP application. So.
Okay. Well, I guess I learned something while teaching this class.
I was reminded also that, an RIR includes your receptor evaluation. So anything that you would be including that receptor evaluation, which would have included your VI, it's a good place to stick in, if you're handling that VI with your IANA, it's time to submit your IANA.
All right, I think that was a good discussion. We do have a couple minutes left, and I'll ask a couple more questions since we have the time. So the next person asks, I was about to submit an REO and have received the soil and groundwater RAPs, but I also have a subslab depressurization for VI. He's asking, I now cannot issue the REO until I file the IANA and get the air permit. Is that correct?
Was the indoor air system included in your groundwater permit? And it should have been. It should have been. And in that case, then you're good to go. In your first BICERT, you're going to, by the time of your first BICERT, you are going to have your get your IANA and come in for the new component of indoor air.
Okay, great. All right, next question is, I'm going to skip it because it's for Don and he's not here anymore. So we'll just answer that later. So a follow-up question about financial assurance and the small business. So if a small business property owner but does not and did not have an office or operation on the subject property, is that small business exempt from posting financial assurance?
I don't understand the question.
So
I apologize.
Yeah, if the property owner is a small business, but they don't operate at the site, do they get an exemption to posting FA?
The exemption as it appears on my slides, and I'm going from memory here, says that if you operated at the site, you had to have operated at the site at some point, or own the site at some point when the contamination occurred, and then moved to be qualified for the exemption.
Okay.
And I'm not sure if that was the scenario they said or not, but I can just give you the facts because I was a little confused with the wording. So if whoever asked that wanted to ask it again,
yeah,
I'll try harder.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Next question. So if you have a groundwater BICERT with a vapor component, can you clarify when the IANA is due? Does this need to be established before the end of the next BICERT period?
That would be great if it was. Because if not, we're going to ask you for that in the first BICERT. So there's a question in the first BICERT now that's going to ask you that and say, have you applied for your permit? What was the date that you submitted it? Things like that. And if you haven't, we're going to get back to you and say you need to.
Okay. Couple more questions. All right. So for what time period can we submit old RAP modification forms? We have some out for property owner signature about to be submitted.
And that's exactly why I said, if it's out for signature, please go ahead and continue to use the old form. There will become a time that I'm going to say, this is, you've had enough time to get all of those forms out. So we did say a couple of weeks, as long as saying that the applications are out for signature in the mail, in transit, we understand that. So absolutely, if it's out for signature right now, and you're going to submit the application within the next couple of weeks, absolutely use the old forms. We do not want people to go back and redo signatures and redo forms. That was not the intent.
Okay, thanks, Lynn. I'll ask like 2 more questions and then we're out of time. So the next question is, if a RAP transfer has been processed, is the requirement for RAP contact information changes applicable to the prior owner or only the permittee responsible for permit compliance?
Okay, so if a RAP transfer, I've now found a question, I can actually read it. That's going to help me understand it. Is Nicole here?
I'm here, yes.
Oh, good. Let's see, but together we can answer this one.
Sure.
So if the RAP transfer has been processed,
Mm-hmm.
which would have been for if they had a sale or something on the old transfer change form, and now that has changed to the RAP admin process.
Yes.
Is the requirement for a RAP contact information change applicable to the prior owner or only the permittees? So the RAP admin form has spaces for the old permittees and the new permittees if there is a change of property ownership.
Right.
Correct?
Yes.
So that would require the old owner and the new owner to sign in that situation.
Right. But if you're using that form and you're not doing a transfer, then we're not expecting any old owner to sign anything. It would just be whoever the current person is.
Okay.
Is that the question? Okay.
I think that answered the question together.
Okay, good.
Okay, we're going to do one more question and then we'll wrap it up. So the last question is, if you have a vapor issue, either a vapor concern or an IEC, then you have a source report and then the IANA? So I guess they're asking, does the source control report come before the IANA?
So IECs have source control reports, and source control reports happen before the IANA. Vapor concerns have 180-day reports, and 180-day reports come before the IANA. The reason for this is that the step-out sampling needs to be complete. We need to know that the engineering system is functioning appropriately. And that's all settled by those report times.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you, Zach. And thank you everyone for answering those questions. We have run out of time for the training today, so I'm just going to turn it over to Alexandra to wrap us up.
Thank you, Jillian, and thank you everyone who's answered. So just a couple final reminders. Please fill out our course evaluation. The link was placed in the chat and we can again. And just a friendly reminder that CEC information will be provided by the LSRPA. The department does not issue those credits. We provide a list to the LSRPA of everyone who attended and everyone who answered polled questions, and then they will reach out to the LSRPs directly, or anyone who when they registered stated that they wanted to receive credits, they'll reach out to you directly and go through the process of issuing the credits. Again, thank you to all our presenters and everyone who attended this training. It's taken a lot of effort with all the forums and all the new information. We're happy that everyone could attend. Thanks again. Take care.